people have used vinegar mixture effectively with frogs, and the reason it's been effective is because vinegar leaves a residue, acetic acid, and the acid gives them an uncomfortable, it burns their feet. It does not kill them. It's not actually technically unhealthy for them, but it's like they just crawled over a band of Bengay, and suddenly they've got this burning sensation on their skin that they can't get rid of, and so they stay away from it. Now the trick, though, is that how do you get the vinegar or an acetic acid like that to last? And so what we have found, that again, is this going to be 100% effective? I don't think so. But what we have found is that you need to have that mixed with some kind of a natural oil that you can hit the rocks with. Okay, hit the rocks with on the outer edges where the water isn't hitting, the dry part of the rocks, all right, that form the outside barrier. And a mixture of vinegar and water with some citronella oil. The citronella oil itself, or peppermint oil, those are also very repellent to frogs. They don't like it either. It has the same kind of burning vibe. But the point is, the oil is what's going to soak into the rock and hold it in place for a while. Okay. Then, of course, every time it rains heavily, you're going to have to recoat and retreat. But give it a shot. Give it a shot and see if an oil-based repellent that actually has an acetic acid in it will actually slow them down and keep them out. So you may have to just turn off the water for a while in order to discourage, and then you hit the outside dry edges of the rocks with peppermint, vinegar, citronella. Citronella is not an acid, but peppermint and the vinegar both have an acidic quality to them that frogs do not like on their skin. And so they'll just walk away. And if it's a wide enough barrier, they're not going to try and leap over it. So it will keep them away from the water. If they stay away from the water, they'll probably give up on the yard in general. That's the thinking, at least. But honestly, my friend, I'm not claiming that that's going to solve the problem. But logically speaking, embed the rocks, the porosity of the rocks, with a substance that they don't want to touch with their bellies and feet, and do it in such a way with an oil base so that it lasts as long as possible. That's the best I got for you.
That sounds like it's worth it. Otherwise, I think I need some snakes. But once I get the snakes, then I need something to get rid of snakes.
Well, you could do some non, there are non-venomous snakes out there. Lots of those, right? Garter snakes and the like, and they very much enjoy the frog population, I am sure, no doubt. But give it a try, Andrew, and thank you for your confidence. He has called every expert on planet Earth. Well, Dean will have the answer. They've all left me high and dry. Well, I gave it my best shot. All right, when we come back, more of your calls. You are home with Dean Sharp, the Frog Whisperer, on KFI.
You can listen to KFI everywhere, like you haven't noticed.
KFI
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Lying in translation, I'm Sandy Wells, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. UC Riverside has denied that Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter attended the school, as he claimed in his resume. The university says there are no records of Ibe Mizraha in its database, despite Mizraha's bio saying he graduated in 2007. This is just one of the questions raised about his credentials, since he's been accused of stealing millions from Ohtani for illegal bets. The MLB has opened a formal investigation. More rain could hit SoCal as the cloudy weekend comes to an end. Weather radar shows rain rolling in from the central coast down through San Diego County this afternoon. The National Weather Service says rainfall totals expected to vary due to the scattered nature of the showers, but no low elevation areas are predicted to get more than a quarter inch to an inch. Winds will die down in most areas by tonight. We do have a wind advisory starting up right about now until 8. New York Attorney General Letitia James is prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he does not pay the $464 million he owes in his civil fraud case. ABC's Eric Kutursky says James registered the court's judgment in Westchester County.
The sign she may be eyeing is Briarcliff Manor Golf Club and Bedford Estate known as Seven Springs, in addition to properties in Manhattan.
Kutursky says James declared a month ago she'd seized Trump's assets to make sure he pays. Trump's attorneys have argued it's impossible for them to come up with that kind of money. More international soccer is on tap today in Exposition Park.
The team from Guadalajara faces its arch rival Atlas FC. Now, if you don't know who those teams are, just know it might be a little congested around BMO Stadium today. 2 games at Crypto.com Arena. First, the Clippers host the Sixers, and then the Lakers host the Pacers. And on the ice, Tampa Bay takes on the Ducks in Anaheim. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
Star Wars movies are returning to theaters to be shown in chronological order. Lucasfilm says screenings of the Skywalker saga will celebrate the 20th anniversary of The Phantom Menace. Fans and those bragged by fans will get to watch The Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith, followed by A New Hope, Last Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, and end up with The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker. The ultimate saga comes to a galaxy near you on Star Wars Day, which is May the 4th. We'll check the 4:05 coming up right after this.
Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Allie's charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization for women and men all over the world.
So who buys Allie's donated rings?
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Sill's help, Allie is changing the world.
That helps us do what we do best, which is drilling clean water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible Investments owner Syl D. Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Syl guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Syl and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Southbound weather from KFI. Wind advisory in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. Becoming mostly cloudy with a chance of a shower or a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon today. Highs expected to be the lower 60s in Metro LA and OC, mid-60s along the coast, and mid-50s to low 60s in the valleys and in the Inland Empire. It'll be clearing up tonight and pretty chilly. Down to the mid-40s in Metro LA and OC, mid-40s at the beaches, low 40s in the valleys, upper 30s to low 40s in the IE. And sunny tomorrow, warming up a bit. Highs upper 60s in Metro LA and OC, mid-60s the coast, the valleys, the IE. It's 56 in Whittier, 56 in Anaheim Hills, 53 in Simi Valley, and 56 in Manhattan Beach. We've got a crash in Hawthorne. It's on the 405.
This is a vehicle here on the northbound San Diego Freeway, right in the center lane at El Segundo Boulevard. It's to be stop and go from Rosecrans to Valencia. We've got a wreck on the 5 northbound Valencia Boulevard. It's off to the right shoulder. Trouble through Linwood on the 105 west, Long Beach Boulevard continuing, and a problem popping up through San Clemente on the 5 northbound at Avenida Vista Formosa. Multi-vehicle crash off to the right, slow from Avenida Pico. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. We are definitely doing that today, talking about springtime pests, critters, creatures, trees, everything that's breaking out during the springtime. How are you going to handling it properly this year as opposed to all those failed attempts in the past? I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend. Saturday mornings, 6 to 8 Pacific time. Sunday mornings, 9 to noon Pacific time. As I just said, we're talking about all things spring. We're going to get back to that conversation in just a bit. But as is our tradition, it is the top of the hour. And so we are going to the phones. Take a call from Fred. Hey, Fred, welcome home.
I would like to repel fire ants. Now, I'll give you a little background on this. I live in the mountains, and fire ants are a pretty normal thing to be around. They're about a quarter-inch long, maybe a little longer, and they sting. And if you look in the yard or something like that, they'll go up your pant leg, they grab on your leg with their legs and their mandible, and they keep stinging you in the same place. Next day, you've got a welt the size of a golf ball on your leg. It's not fun. I like to look into things, and fire ants are geniuses. They're better engineers than human beings. They build tunnel systems that like go 100 feet. And I did a little math with somebody. If you convert that to human beings, if you had 100 human engineers and 500 or 1,000, you took away all their clothes, all their tools, all their machinery, and said, okay, engineers, tunnel down a mile, make a tunnel system down there that's 3.67 miles, water traps and all that, then tunnel right back up another mile so you come out somewhere else, and do it in total darkness. Fire ants do that all the time. They're a very effective poison baits. You can put by the hole, they'll take them right into the hole, and you obliterate the whole colony. I would like to know if there's a way to scare them away, maybe yell at them or something like that.
You could try. You could try. Just sit out there next to the hole and give it a shot. No, Fred, man, I feel you. I feel you. Ants in general. By the way, since you brought it up, I'll pour in my little trivia part of this as well. Ants are, my friends, the most successful insect on planet Earth, without question. Here's some things that you probably didn't know about ants. There are about roughly 1 million species of insects. I mean, 1 million different kinds of insects in the world, okay? Of those million species, about 10,000 of them are ant species. That's only 1%. 1% of all insects in the world in terms of different species, only 1% ants. And yet, if we were to weigh the ants, just put them all on a scale and weigh them against all the other biomass of all vertebrates on the planet, excluding human beings, guess what we would come up with? 20% of the weight of all the vertebrate and insect biomass. In other words, for 1% of the species, ants have 20% of the weight of all the insects on the planet. They are brilliant. And another reason why they are as brilliant as they are one of only 20-some species that have crossed over the line into what we call superorganisms. Bees are that way, termites are that way, ants are that way, a couple of species of mole rats, and by the way, humans. In other words, they have a society in which there's a division of labor. There are older and younger that serve different purposes other than just reproduction. They send out workers, they have warriors, they have cleaners, they are an advanced civilization. Now, they're not geniuses in the sense of having human level intelligence, but an ant colony really does function like a single brain. It is unnervingly intelligent. So, Fred, I feel you. And ants are annoying enough. Just little household ants are annoying enough, let alone the ones that cling onto your leg and bite you and sting you and cause golf ball sized welts. So, yeah, I say stick with the poisons when it comes to ants. Now, I don't want you to poison all the ground around your house. So there's, we've got an ant problem here at our house, a recurring ant problem. They truly fall into the category of pests for us. We also have a lot of clay in our soil here. So clay enables ants to make unbelievably long tunnel complexes that hold together. So they just don't go away. So here's what we have to do. We basically do this, and we do this pretty much on an annual basis. First of all, there are some fantastic pellets that you can sprinkle around the outside of your foundation from Terro. Terro is a company that makes some fantastic ant products. Terro. I think it's double R. So check Terro. Diatomaceous earth. Ants hate crawling through dry powdery substances because of the effect that it has on their I don't want to say skin, on their exoskeleton. Okay, it really begins to annoy them and hurt them. So diatomaceous earth spread around the foundation of a home. The Terro pellets, those two things combined are an effective defense against them coming up the edge of the slab and into the house. When it comes to just getting rid of a colony, the best thing, and you already mentioned it, Fred, is baits that they will take, that the scouts and the foragers will take, and will take back deep into the bowels of the colony and feed to the queens, and then wipe out, kill everybody, and it just wipes out the colony. This is an area where all's fair in love and war. I just don't want to poison the ground around the surface so that my pets have issues or anybody else has issues. And so the Terro pellets that are on the surface, they are non-toxic to other animals. Diatomaceous earth is just diatomaceous earth. We spread it around our chickens all the time. It's not a problem. And the baits, they're only interested, ants are the only things interested in those baits, and they take them back, and it wipes out that colony. They'll be back, though, so you don't have to worry about it, because guess what? Ants are pretty much in charge of the insect world. They've been that popular. Fred, you can try yelling at them, but I think you're doing best with wiping them out. And wear thick socks when you're out there working. It is a proven fact that there is a thickness of sock that a fire ant, who is not a huge ant, can't get their mandibles through. So you're out there working, if there's any risk whatsoever, make sure you either have your high tops or your thick socks on, and keep them off. And you can also treat your shoes with the same kind of diatomaceous earth, which means that they're not going to be prone to crawling up on your work boots either when you're actually in the yard. Hey, you're walking around with like weird powdery shoes, but it looks like you put baby powder on your work boots. But hey, gets the job done. So consider it. Another thing that we do to protect our bees from ants, critical isolated areas like our beehive, ants can totally invade and wipe out a bee colony, we use a product which is basically like a thick carnauba wax called Tanglefoot. Okay, that's something you can rub around the bottom of a work boot when you're out in the yard. Tanglefoot, it's gooey, it's gummy, and basically they get stuck in it. They just can't get past it. It's like making them walk through a bog, and they literally get trapped as they walk across. So you put that not down at the edge of your boot where it's going to collect all the dirt and debris that you're walking in, because that's useless. But if you were to put it up higher up, like around the neck or the top of your work boots, a little line of Tanglefoot, then any ant that actually got onto your boots or your shoes wouldn't be able to cross that barrier while it's in good shape. So all things to consider. But yeah, ants are in charge. If anybody had any question, think about that. 1% of all the insect species in the world, 20% of the biomass. In other words, if you just weigh them, they outweigh all the other insects combined. Okay? It's amazing. Just incredible. Anyway, Fred, thank you for your call. Good luck yelling at those ants. And, keep your calves and your sheep protected at all times. When we come back, we're going to dive back into this subject. I want to talk about trees. We're going to talk about deterrence, that last little bit of our red strategy. And then I want to talk about tree trimming and bees before we are done today. So go nowhere. You're home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Sandy Wells has the news.
El Camino Real Fraternal High School in Woodland Hills has won the California Academy Academic Decathlon, and the team will now represent the state in the national competition in Pennsylvania next month. Federal officials have continued their investigation into the crash of a single engine airplane near Acton. A spokesman for the FAA says the pilot reported an engine issue at about 6:30 on Friday night. And Kate, the Princess of Wales, and her husband, Prince William, are said to be extremely moved by the public's warmth and support following her shocking cancer announcement as tributes continue to pour in from around the world. We'll check the 5 freeway coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been standing up for America's greatest heroes since 9/11. Heroes like retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Michael Cardos. He served for 20 years and received numerous commendations, including a Bronze Star. Overseas, he was exposed to toxic burn pits. Service-related cancer took his life. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on his family's home, enabling his widow and their 6 children to stay forever. Help heroes and their families. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable. From sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This week on How to Money, a landmark ruling could save you a lot of money when buying and selling a home. Plus, where's the opportunity in the job market? It might not be where you think it is.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Today at noon on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Protecting your visions to strangers who feel it, who listen, who linger on every word. Oh, it's a reality.
Can't buy. Dean Sharp, the house whisperer at your service. So glad that you are with us on the program today. It is a beautiful, beautiful Sunday spring morning, the first Sunday of spring, 2024. And yeah, all sorts of weird weather today. That's spring, isn't it? Right? It's sunny and breezy outside. We've got some heavier winds coming, maybe some clouds, maybe some rain, all happening in one day. It is definitely springtime. The other way you can tell is, well, looking at the calendar, because it became spring on Wednesday, and also looking at all the plants and animals that are busting out all around us, some of which cause us problems, and we end up calling pests along the way, and that's what we're talking about today, kind of learning to handle various situations better for our gardens so that we can have more nature around us and less war, all-out war. I want to get back to that now. So let me talk to you about, I'm going to finish up on red, right? Repel, exclude, and deter. I just want to mention a couple of things about deterrence. Natural deterrents, okay? Owl boxes, okay, when it comes to rodents. Barn owl boxes, it's been a while since I've talked about them. We're going to be talking about them more as we do gardening shows a little later in the year. But putting an owl box up, inviting an owl to come along and take up home near your yard or your garden, or a raptor perch for during the day. Just a nice place for a hawk to land and kind of oversee what's going on in your yard. Raptor perches take care of rodents during the day. Owl boxes take care of rodents at night. One owl, one barn owl, an adult barn owl will eat 1,000 rodents a year. Just imagine if a whole family moves in. Yeah, you'll wrap up your rodent problem pretty quickly. Rodent-proof bird feeders, squirrel-proof bird feeders are how they're normally set. In other words, bird feeders that have large baffles hanging on top of them so that they can't go. So that if a squirrel attempts to get to it, it kind of tosses them off to the side so they don't actually get to the goods. Setting your bird feeders high enough off the ground and far enough away from a tree trunk that it's difficult for them to leap up and get to it. Just understanding, what the animal can do and setting those bird feeders up in a way that they don't have the opportunity to get to them easily. We have that, generally speaking, in our yard. I got to tell you this. We have one squirrel who has defeated it. And at that point, honestly, Tina and I were watching him the other day. We're like, go right ahead, buddy. Right? Well done. Well done. You have mastered getting around it all. He's not going to eat that much. Because he literally also, because we've got squirrel-proof feeders, it's not like a big gaping hole with seeds pouring out of it. He has to go through a tremendous amount of effort. And sometimes we find him clinging for dear life upside down on our bird feeder. He's only got one hand available, one paw available to basically get just a few little seeds out of this one hole, and then he has to let go and fall to the ground. And to which we say, good on you. You can do that as much as you want, buddy. And plus, you're hilarious to watch in our garden. So, squirrel-proof your bird feeders as much as you can. And my personal favorite for the really, really annoying whatever the case may be, whether it's a bird that's eating your koi out of your koi pond, whether it's a rodent that's in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know how we've basically gone just a micro drip irrigation for everything in our yard, and you should. One fantastic use of the old-style rainbird sprinkler is to hook one up with a motion-detecting valve. They have this at Gardens of the World near us over the koi pond, because as soon as they filled it up with koi in the Japanese garden, all the koi disappeared because these great blue herons were landing and just eating all the fish. So they rigged up a motion-detecting rainbird. And basically, anytime anything makes motion in the area of this motion detector, the rainbird comes on and just basically fire hoses the area for about 5 seconds. Nothing wants to be there. Nothing. not a squirrel, not a rat, not a cat, not a nothing. And so, you know what? If it comes down to it, a little motion detecting water sprayer, fantastic. And also incredibly entertaining to watch as you deal with it. All right. Trees, and then I want to move on to bees, but trees. I just have this one thing to say. I'm going to repeat what I said in yesterday's program about trees. Springtime is not the time to go crazy pruning your trees. Okay? You want to prune your trees when they have a big pruning job to do, when you really want to cut them back. You want to cut them back in the fall when they're about to go dormant, okay? So that you don't shock them. So the big pruning jobs reserved for the fall. But can you prune in the spring?
Apologies, I missed your call period. What's going on, big dog? Question mark.
In these ways. Number one, the 4 Ds. Dead, damaged, disease, or dysfunctional. Any branch or part of a tree or a bush that falls into that category, feel free to clip it off, prune it back, okay? Dead, damaged, disease, dysfunctional, the 4 Ds, anytime during the year. Most importantly, though, the other situation, sucker growth, and that is extra suckers growing out of the root ball or the base of a tree or a shrub or something like that. Take off the suckers, keep those off all year long. Anytime you see one start to grow, just get it off, clip it off, get it off. Here's what you need to know about trees. Trees want to thrive. They really do. And they're going to try and thrive in one of 2 ways. They are either going to push out as many branches and leaves as they can to soak up all the sunlight and energy for themselves. And if you allow them all that sucker growth, that's what that's all about, extra leaves, branches, soaking up chlorophyll. If you allow them to soak up all of that, they're just going to get fat and happy and just sit there and just grow more suckers and do nothing else. Okay? Now, trim back those suckers. If you thin out a tree, if you remove a lot of its leaf structure so that it has limited sun-eating potential, then the tree is going to be like, oh man, I got to thrive. And you know what? I'm just going to have to reproduce and leave myself a legacy. These are metaphors, of course, but what does that mean? It means that the tree will shift into reproduction mode. And what is that? Fruit and flowers. So anytime you take a shrub, a flowering shrub or tree, and you trim it back, you want to limit the amount. If you want to maximize fruit, then limit leaves. Okay? Now you can't take all the leaves off. Obviously, you'll kill it. But you want to keep leaves under control. The more you prune back leaves and branches, the less energy the tree is spending on that, the more it'll spend on fruit and flowers, okay? The more chance you give it to overgrow in branches, it'll use up all of its energy there, and it'll get very lazy when it comes to fruit and flowers. Does that make sense? It's one of the 2. Either more branches or more fruit. You decide. Yeah. All right, when we come back, I'm going to talk to you about bees. I'm going to talk to you about specifically, first and foremost, swarms of bees that you are going to be seeing if you haven't seen one already, and what to do and what not to do about it at this time of year, because this is when it's happening. So stay put and listen up. We'll do that right after the news with Sandy West.
A state grant could help Balboa Island Ferry go round despite clean air mandates that almost shut the boats down.
It measures the DNA that's generated from cancer.
We got an approved grant for $7.9 million.
Balboa Island Ferry owner Seymour Peak says he'll need just a few million more to comply with clean air mandates.
From the get-go, it seemed kind of crazy to me because our whole operation, we only burn 26 gallons of diesel a day.
He says yet for darn near the price of new boats, the taxpayer-funded grant announced this week will retrofit his 3 boats to electric by 2026.
Our operation is very smooth, just the way it is.
The more than 100-year-old company ferries about 1.5 million people and 300,000 cars each year. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A 4-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Cops say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the truck Friday night. They say the driver stayed on scene and cooperated with the investigation. They do not think speed or impaired driving were factors in the crash. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plans to close its Oakland restaurant. The company says the closure is due to crime in the area, endangering customers and employees. The announcement in January made national news as the first ever In-N-Out permanent closure. The drive-thru's last day is today. Three people in LA have been charged in connection with a series of smash and grab robberies across California.
The group allegedly hit luxury clothing stores in LA, Orange, and Riverside counties. These aren't victimless crimes. Sometimes the suspects would use force against workers as they ran out. Attorney General Rothschild says the group stole more than $300,000 worth of items from 2022 to last month. Investigators with the LAPD Organized Retail Crime Task Force arrested the group. They say the thieves may be charged with even more crimes. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and one researcher in Silicon Valley is working on a new blood test to detect the cancer. Dr. Craig Eagle says it was more than 80% successful in clinical trials.
It measures the DNA that's generated from cancer, and if they have that broken DNA, then that raises the flag that they need to have some sort of follow-on to confirm that.
More than 50,000 Americans are expected to die of colon cancer this year. Eagle says dietary habits may be driving the rising rates.
High sugar-based
diets, drop that image in here.
Eagle's blood test still needs to be approved by the FDA. We'll check the 105 freeway coming up right after.
If you're an octane, I don't know if any other renderers do this, but if you're an octane and you want to save VRAM so that you can make this more complicated, take your black and white images, set the type to group, and that's basically, by default, octane is assuming that all of your textures are color textures. And there's more data, more bits and bytes in color textures than there are in black and white textures. So don't have your black and white textures be color textures. You're just wasting space. So yeah, let's put that into the specular. And then you can see it's
entering $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.com/baseball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
And then create a new live stream.
Oh, it's my turn. Yeah, the kitchen store. I love the kitchen store. Have you noticed? I love the kitchen store. Here's why. Because I want you to have the best possible dream kitchen you can have. And I know how difficult it is to make a million decisions in such a small space. That is why you need a place, one place where you find everything, all of your options, every cabinet style, every finish, every piece of hardware, every accessory on the market, all assembled in one place, on display, practical displays. Everything from entry level to ultra custom cabinets so that you find your perfect price point. 12 months same as cash financing, so you can get started, and a place that will meet or beat any price, including the big boxes. That's the kitchen store. Best of all, expert kitchen designers with state-of-the-art 3D design software. You're going to see every detail of that beautiful new kitchen before they build the first box. The kitchen store is right off the 405 in Culver City. Getting started is easy. You just go to 310kitchen.com, book an appointment for a free in-showroom design consult. Book your free consult. Do it now at 310kitchen.com. That's the kitchen store. 310kitchen.com.
Southbound weather from KFI. Hold on to your hats. We've got a wind advisory in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. The gusts could get up to 45 miles per hour. That'll be the highest. Increasing clouds this afternoon. Chance of showers. Slight chance of thunderstorms. High temps, lower 60s from Metro LA and OC, mid-60s at the beaches, mid-50s to low 60s in the valleys, and Illinois, 40s to low 50s in the Antelope Valley. Feeling mostly clear tonight. Temps dropping down to the 40s, generally down to the mid-30s in the Antelope Valley, and sunny tomorrow with highs reaching the upper 60s from Metro LA and OC, mid-60s at the beaches, the valleys, and Inland Empire, 50s to around 60 in the Antelope Valley tomorrow. Right now it's 58 in Orange, 56 in Yorba Linda. We have a crash in Linda. Ready for the 105.
And now we're down to two crashes right in the same spot here. It's the 105, the westbound side of Long Beach Boulevard. We've got a crash and Caltrans in that area. We've got the front of Long Beach Boulevard shut. And westbound at Wilmington, we've got a big crash there off the right shoulder. San Clemente, 115 North, that Avenue Vista Hermosa. Then as you backed up about a 10-minute wait, South LA, stall on 110 North of MLK. Left lane's blocked there, slow to Central Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Beeler.
This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. It matters who does your taxes.
Why are people saying yeah to Jackson Hewitt? When you switch to Jackson Hewitt, they will beat what you paid last year on tax prep. Even if you filed online, proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
This is Jacob. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24 Jacob.
Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Alice Cherry.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world.
Simple buys Allie's donated ring.
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Sill's help, Allie is changing the world.
It helps us to do what we do best, which is drilling clean oil wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible Investments owner Syl D. Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Syl guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Syl and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. KFI AM 640.
Radio station.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome home. You're home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. That is me. We've been talking all weekend long. All things spring. Spring has sprung, and with it comes all sorts of critters and creatures and things crawling around in your yard, things trying to get into your house, all of that kind of stuff. Plants that are growing. We want to approach it this year the best we can. It has been a big winter for us in Southern California, and so we're having a big spring, which is a great thing. This is great. We should celebrate this. But at the same time, we should treat it responsibly. So I want you to be aware of what's going on around you. I don't want you at war with the natural world around you. I want you, worst case scenario, okay, a detente. Okay, best case scenario, I want you working with it. I want you part of it. I want you collaborating. I want you helping get along. Okay? So this brings us to our last topic for today, which is saving the best for last. I think it's bees. I love bees. We keep bees. So just those of you who aren't aware, we are amateur beekeepers. We don't sell our honey or sell our bees or use them for pollination or anything else. Professionally, we just keep bees. And we have, I looked it up this morning, we've been keeping bees for going on 17 years here at our location here. And in fact, I'm sitting here right now, probably maybe 20 feet away from a hive with about 30,000 lovely ladies in it right now, buzzing away. And yes, they're all girls. They're all girls. Out of a normal hive between 30 and 60,000 bees, okay, in a colony, depending on what time of year it is and how well it's doing. We're talking all female, maybe a couple of dozen males who are just around for reproduction and then they die. Much like in human life. No, they're all girls because girls get it done. That's what I'm saying. Girls are getting it done. So this is what I want you to know. Every spring there are stories of bees swarming, hitting the local news, right? Every year, most media outlets, certainly not KFI, but most media outlets fail and fall for the hype, and they get it all wrong. They don't handle the stories from an informed or scientifically accurate perspective. That isn't good for us, and it's definitely not good for the bees, so I want you to listen to me. We are dependent upon bees, human beings, that is. Honeybees are a peaceable species. That means you take them away and all sorts of things collapse. Absolutely critical to food production and the circle of life, and that is both in rural and urban settings. It doesn't matter between the two, okay? Honeybees alone are responsible for pollinating 80% of all flowering plants, and 1/3 of our food supply. 1/3 of the food at the grocery store is responsible to the bees, okay? Second thing I want you to know, bees are not out to get you. Bees are never on the attack with one. Well, I will say this. I'm just going to say bees are never on the attack. Never. They are not offensive predatory creatures. Okay? Even when bees are aggressive and after you, quote unquote, they are acting defensively. They only act in order to defend themselves. Understand that, please. You're like, that's not the way it seemed to me last week when I got stuck. I get it. You just understand they are only always defending, at least from their perspective, right? Not even super aggressive Africanized killer bees are attacking. They are defending. Bees always and only react defensively to perceived threats. Okay, now, here's the most important part of what I'm going to share with you. And believe me, I can talk for hours. Anybody who knows me knows this about bees. There's so many fascinating things to say about them, but I'm just giving you the critical stuff today. You're going to see swarms. We're going to hear about swarms of bees, because it's springtime. A swarm of bees is not a hive. Okay, two different things. Those bees that just arrived in an ominous cloud over your yard and are now hanging in a large clump in your tree or on a fence or on the corner of your roof or wherever, that is not a hive. Okay? Nor is it a marauding gang looking for trouble. Okay? It's a new colony of bees searching for a new home. This is what happens in the spring. Hives, entire hives, which is a comb. Okay? A hive is a comb. Entire hives reproduce. Okay? An old queen allows a new queen to be born, and then the old queen gathers up about 1/3 of the workers, and she launches out into the world with them. They have one last meal. They tank up. They fill their bellies like a Thanksgiving dinner on the food that they need, and that's all they are going to eat until they find a new home. They are nervous about finding a new home. It is consuming them finding a new home. They are not interested in you or your pets or anything except finding a new home. But they do it in a way that protects the queen. They do short flights, so they may go 100 yards, 50 yards, 25 yards, 200 yards, and land and clump around her. In the middle of that big clump of bees that you see hanging from your tree is the queen. She's in there being protected. Okay? So, what's happening? They're sending out scouts. They're looking for the next place. I guarantee you this. If you see this, it's not a hive. It is a swarm. It is not dangerous to you unless you go out and do something stupid like hit it or spray it with a water hose or, bring the dogs inside. It's fine. Bring the dogs inside. Not that the dogs are a target. They're not, but the dog might try and snap at the bee around them, and then the bee gets defensive, and then somebody gets stung on the tail. Okay, so let them sit there. I guarantee you, they will be there from maybe 12 to 48 hours tops, and then they will simply disappear. They will simply move on. Okay? You don't have to call an exterminator. You don't have to call the city or the police or the fire department. You don't have to panic. Just let them be. And in a little while, they will move on to their next hopscotch location until they find themselves. Now, the ones that you have to be concerned about is not when you see a massive clump of bees out in the open. Okay, they're vulnerable. That's what they're doing. They're finding a new home. But if you look up in the corner of your, let's say, roof, and you don't see a mass of bees, but you see little individual bees, and it looks like they're flying in and out of the corner of your attic space. Aha! Now you probably have a hive, an actual residence where somebody has taken up residence, and it's where you don't want them to be. Do not call the exterminator just to kill them. There are so many options, especially in Southern California, where you can call the bee removal company, live bee removal, bee catchers, right there, beecatchers.com. Call bee catchers, they will come out, they will not only live remove the bees, and do it, by the way, for the same as, if not way less than what an exterminator would charge. They will live remove the bees and rehome them, but they will also do it right. They'll remove
Hello, how are you, Apollo?
because if you just go kill the bees are keeping all of the honey and the wax and all that stuff that's now inside your attic or inside your wall. They're keeping it temperature controlled so it doesn't melt. You get the bees out of there and leave that stuff behind.
Well, come on, give me a break. You weren't there at night. What do you mean you didn't see me there? You have to give me some credit. If you want to know what happened, it's on a very old tablet in the app crashed.
Is actually going to be a very protected area.
You mean to say I don't see you streaming there anymore? Like it's been this long period of time. It's been like 6 hours. I understand.
Is actually the last thing in the world that anybody needs to be afraid of because they're just not interested in you.
No, you're. No. Oh no, not at all. Nothing like that. Absolutely not. No, actually, 2 of the apps crashed. So there was 2 telegrams that had crashed, and one of them was yours, and one of them was the SPF thing. Actually, I think Harry Potter on the Science Street sent me as well. That one was off when I awoke. Sometimes Telegram isn't that reliable, particularly over long periods of time. It needs to be babysat a little bit, or else it'll, at least for me, it'll get disconnected one way or another. And like what happens is you get some kind of weird disconnect on their end or your end, and then your microphone will be off and your camera will be off, and then
it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook.
well, it depends on what the. You have to understand. Right now, I sound distant. Right. What I'm saying is, as I've explained, that is an old tablet. It's about 7 years old. It has a bad camera. It has a bad microphone. And so it's like the only tablet that I have that I can dedicate to that one. I can switch it, but then I'm always going to have one. And basically, whatever TG has the least amount of people, I always tell that one, hey, you know that there are people going to this one or going to whatever one. And so I do my best to make sure it's on a camera that has a good microphone so that people can hear me. But it just so happens that the one in the Crypto Degens Lounge has, I mean, whenever I'm in the Crypto Degens Lounge, if I'm active in there, I don't know if you know this, but I'll bring in 2 devices and I'll have one right by my face because I know that other one is really quiet, but it at least allows me to, like for instance, we were in there last night. I was in there last night with Joe, Joe Stacking Bags or whatever. You know, Joe Payne guys, yes, exactly. And we were up till like 5 in the morning in there watching, and then we were watching Joe Rogan, and then he didn't know about the Harry Potter bonus on email space, and he knew about the thing, and so he saw what we do in there, and then he knew about Bitcoin acquisition, in SPF, but it's just kind of like spreading the knowledge that now we don't have like one community of like 3 people. It's now, at least from what I do, is like 7 communities of like 6 people each, and you all are starting to meet each other, which is really cool. So yeah, we were in there really late last night, and then we listened to, actually I can even tell you what we did. We listened to all of the Joe Rogan Ray Kurzweil interview, and then we listened to all of the Joe Rogan Elon Musk interview. And then we listened to like 5 hours of podcast, and we talked the whole time. Well, like during commercials and stuff. And yeah, he was making a mug bot, and I was just working on my account, and we had a good time. But yeah, don't take it personally. Absolutely not. And I can't like really explain this to every single person, but you should know. Keep in mind, this is technology. There are disconnects, there are app crashes, there are power failures. I do my best to avoid all of them, and I have for the last 3 years. But at certain points, things can go wrong, particularly with app crashes. That just happens, especially if I'm asleep and I'm not monitoring it. Then it's going to be down for a few hours. Um, that's immediately what I thought though when I saw it. I was like, oh no, that one went down. Because actually, it may be the worst camera. It I don't even really use the microphone for it. The only time I use the microphone for it is to turn it on and say, hey, I'll be there in a second, and then I come in with a better device. But I'll tell you what, the Crypto Degen Cloud is the one that I would say am most comfortable, aside from Haircut Obama Sound 10 months. And the thing is, I've been living in Haircut Obama Sound 10 for 10 months now. The Crypto Degen's Lounge, though, the people are really cool there, and I I like that one. I like that one, but sometimes like all they want to talk about is a lot of times sexual in nature, which I understand that's the theme of the room, but I don't know. I mean, sometimes I'm just not in that kind of mood. I don't want to say that. They don't always want to, and I like that room a lot. It's just, let me think. They all have kind of a theme, and it's interesting to me. Like sometimes you get girls in Bitcoin ass vision when I would think they wouldn't want to be in there, and then like yours, you get some random people in there, which is cool. That's what I really like about these. Like Joe Printing Bags, he lives in Fullerton, and he Fullerton, F-Town. Oh, Fullerton's in Orange County. I used to live there, and so we had all kinds of stuff in common. And well, he didn't mention that, but we did watch the we were sharing streams showing that he was doing this thing with the Medbot, and I told them about my experiences with. I don't know if you know who Jared from Subway is. Do you know who Jared from Subway is? It's the guy behind all the Medbots, basically, in blockchain. And that's the thing. We got to get you on Twitter Spaces. When you're on Twitter Spaces, you'll know all this stuff. You'll get to know these people. Honestly, you will become like. Go ahead. I know, man. I looked at it last night too. It's amazing, isn't it? It blew up. I told you that it would. So don't believe people when they say SEO takes 6 months. We did it in 72 hours, and it's everywhere. So you want to know how I did it? I did a lot of, and I don't normally do this, but on this project I worked pretty hard to make sure that I did an exceptional amount of tagging, meaning everything from cryptocurrency to DeFi to NFTs. I use hashtags, so that hashtags are very powerful for search engines, as are pictures, and I backlinked it all, and these are all really powerful websites. So search engines want to show this stuff as soon as they can, and we are everywhere. It's amazing. I saw it last night. I was just really proud, and I think it looks so good. Exactly. I agree.
So if that's the case, if there are a lot of bees after you, keep running, keep on running, turn as many corners as you can. And
Yeah,
keep
so
going.
let's
They'll
do
run
that.
you for about a half a
Let's
mile.
do that.
We don't want them around, which, by the way, is why beekeeping, urban beekeeping,
Certainly, I will send you a link,
is great because
and it's just like that. It'll be for $200, and then that's it. And if you need anything else, we can always work on another project.
anyway, just saying that love on your
You do. I saw. I actually, yeah. The last update. Hold on. Wait, I could be wrong. Okay. And then the last Dex, update you did was like 10 months ago, like a YouTube short. Is that correct? I know. Absolutely. Okay, so we're gonna type in Ryoshi Dex, and that's all we want in Google. And we've got 92 results, which is really good. That's 10 times more than what we had 72 hours ago. And it's just gonna expand from there. This is really cool. It's gonna go from 92 results to 92,000 results. Yeah, just give it a couple weeks. Now, when it comes to like expanding all over search engines, yeah. When that guy's like, it takes 6 months, yeah. But you can make huge differences immediately. I mean, within a couple days. Right. You're 100%. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. I was thinking about that. Just at least doing a Fiverr or an Upwork. You're right. And I have no one to blame but myself.
Now, Tina and I, as I said, have kept bees for over 16 years now. That's 16 times 5 million flowers per year. That means our little hive in our backyard has successfully pollinated about 80 million flowers. All right? Now, I'm going to be conservative and count only one swarming of our hive.
That's amazing.
Every year. The fact of the matter is, every year we've had a hive, we have swarmed at least once or twice. In other words, given birth to other hives.
Absolutely. When I saw the art, look, the art is fire. I can tell you right now, our stuff hasn't been even on the internet for more than a day. It's 23 hours. And your artist already saw it. We are everywhere. And it's all different. And it looks really cool. I mean, it gets me interested. And we have a call to action. It's like, when I see these videos, it's like, well, what do I do? Oh, the website is literally right there. If I want more information about this, I just go to the website. That's what we're doing. It's perfect. It's a landing page right now. We just don't want to lose the viewer. When people see this, we don't want them to be like, oh, okay, that's cool art. I don't know what to do. At least now they know it's a project and where to go, and we're pushing them towards that.
We've got 14 trees on our property. We planted 11 of them. And because of the shade and the moisture that they bring to the air, the average temperature in our yard in December is about 3
I'm gonna be honest with you. If you want my honest opinion, I know you do. I'm a straight shooter. Chances are this is going to fail. Yes, most NFT projects do. Because 99% of all these projects do. So for me to blow sunshine up your ass and say that this thing is going to be the thing on which you retire is erroneous to me. I'm your friend, and I'm a straight shooter. Now,
kids might not notice what you do. Your supervisor at work might not notice what you do. The whole world might not take notice.
I recognize that. What I'm saying is that
notices what?
When it's not about that. NFTs and cryptocurrency is all about marketing. Most projects fail because they lose momentum. They don't have thriving communities, and they don't have any energy when it comes to their long-term strategy. Most are pump and dumps, but I'm not even talking about the charts. I'm talking about the communities. You have either devs who don't want to be doxxed, devs who are in it for malicious reasons. You very rarely have a good devs who want to be in it for the long run. So what I'm telling you is just chances are, if you're looking at any crypto, any NFT, 99% of them are going to fail. Here's why yours has a chance at being successful. The 1%. It does have chances. Why? First and foremost, it has a very good developer, meaning you. You're um, you're a good leader for the project. You are a very honest person. You have a very high amount of integrity. You're accountable. So those are like going to get you huge points in this, and that's what you need. I wouldn't have put all this work in this project if I thought Apollo's just gonna ban this project. He doesn't do anything that he says he no. When he said he does it, he's gonna do it. So I'm gonna tell him how he can do it. Just like I told him how he can change his social media and explode. We can do the same at this point. And I'm just giving you my opinion. Here's how you do it. First, you have a very good foundation, which is what you do. Secondly, you have to have an amazing social media presence, which you have a good foundation. Now, it will grow from there, so the foundation is definitely there. Thirdly, you have to have what you're, I shouldn't say secondly, social media, it's just what we're referencing. You have to have a good contact, you have to have quality NFTs, you have to have quality art, you have to have reliable infrastructure, you have all of that. Now, do you have an NFT that makes me say, I have to have this NFT, and if I don't get this NFT, I'm going to be really upset? It depends on the person. I'll tell you what, I think yours is cooler than most NFTs that I see, and I think that it can appeal to someone, either the Ryoshi or the Gensler, or perhaps both. What I really think, it has a really good theme to it. I mean, just from the story that you're telling about these two, there's like a good versus evil. It's very futuristic. I mean, it can very easily be, and I mean this, like, you have to be in it for the long run, and I know you are. We're going to take these characters, and so there's something called Sora. Hey, do you know what Sora is? Sora. It's like an AI generator for video, not art, but video. So you can say, Rabbi, I don't want to like mess with my NFTs. Those are all by an artist. I understand that. But we can take their art and put it into this AI video generator and make cartoons of Gensler. Well, it's not that I know how to do it. The technology hasn't yet been released to the public yet. It's currently in. Wait. It's going to be here any day, though. They're going to release it any day. I've seen versions of it. Joe Rogan just talked about it and showed it when he was in an interview um, within the last 2 weeks. So what I'm saying is currently it's just in beta. It's when I say it's in development, I don't mean it's going to be here in 5 years. I mean it could be here next week, and so you got to be ready for that. That's what's up with this AI. You have to be very quick to what's coming. That's okay. It's called Sora, Sora. So, and there are other versions of it too. But what I'm saying is that we'll be able to take the art from your artist, the NFTs, and create entire stories with them. And the way that you do that is just by prompt engineering. So you type into a text box, tell me a cartoon or create a video of 3 minutes of a Ryoshi racing a Gensler in a cyberpunk future in race cars at sunset, and it will create a little 3-minute video for you from just that text and the images that you give it. And it'll be like a little cartoon. And then we'll upload that to YouTube, and that's more content. Or we'll upload it to wherever. But that creates a whole world for the NFT. And it doesn't cost you anything. All of that. Well, right. People want to retire off here. People want to retire off here. And so people want to retire off of your art. So, but here's the thing, very easily, you can create value with these just with that system like Sora. What do I mean? So, right now I have like, I don't know, 10 different versions. Maybe, I think you sent me like 27 pictures, but they're like, some of them are multiple, or duplicates, I should say. So, let's say you've got 20 really good NFT pictures right now. You could market, you don't have to, I don't know, it depends on the content of this, but you could perhaps, especially with something like Sora, create a video of this NFT. So let's say we take your NFT, it's like blue and purple and gray, it's like a gray one, and we put it up against a Gensler. Well, not yours, we'll pick another one, the yellow one. The yellow wolf, that's for sale. And we put it up against the Gensler. And we put a 3-minute video out there from Sora. And we put that on TikTok and YouTube and all these other things. Now that video is kind of famous. And I mean, like the stuff I put on TikTok got thousands of views. And what that means, you tell me, but at least made impressions on people. And as these accounts grow, they'll get much more of that. This is with an account with 0 followers. It gets thousands of views, so that's great. Now, let's say someone is like, look, what benefit do I get out of your coin? You can say, or not coin, your NFT. You can say, this NFT has gone viral on the internet. This NFT has thousands of views on it. No one else can own it. It's been featured in this YouTube short, or it's been featured in this Sora movie, this digital movie, basically, that people know. You can now basically own it. It's almost like I'm saying to you this.
This show, by the way, is all about you saving and investing so you can do more.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, it would be like this. Let's say that perhaps could happen. That perhaps that, but it would be like this. Certainly. What's your favorite cartoon, Apollo? Excellent. So let's say we put out Mickey Mouse, a movie about, just Mickey Mouse, okay, fine. And then we made an NFT, a unique NFT. There was only one Mickey Mouse, there was only one Minnie Mouse, there was only one Pluto, there was only one Goofy, there was only one of the major characters, just like your NFTs. No one owns them. And then you could say to people, hey, you know that famous cartoon, Mickey Mouse? You can own that NFT. In the same way, you'll create your own video with Sora so that it's a famous cartoon on the internet, and you can basically make people interested in purchasing it because it's an NFT that's featured in a movie or in a story that people watch and comment on and upvote and things like that. Basically, you're auctioning off art that has been featured in other media, such as music videos that you can create with this type of technology, movies, shorts. The opportunities are seemingly endless. So that's a really interesting thing. So here's what I'm saying about how you can make this coin, this token, this decentralized exchange, the 1% that survives and is successful.
So please do give a call.
Then from there, you have to, and I mean this, you have to go where the discussion is, and that's on Twitter Spaces. And
To dial work rates down from 5 days a week, you guys working, to 4. And I think so much of what you think about this, one, depends on the job you have, and 2, depends on your political leanings, right? So
actually,
if you love your job, you're like, hey, man, I don't mind working 40 hours a week, 5 days a week.
yeah, definitely on 10 different devices if
This is
you
the
want.
greatest thing ever. I'm going to get an extra day off and get paid the same. That's what this legislation essentially does, is it means that anybody
No, I understand.
who's working for
Yeah, no, there's an option. I misunderstood what you meant. Yeah, there's an option within Twitter Spaces. You just press a little toggle and it records the space for you to later download.
But shorter work weeks are something that's kind of, it's always been this really interesting discussion, especially as we've seen more and more 4-day work week tests around the country and around the world, in England, New Zealand. And we've
Well,
seen
so
businesses
we're gonna have to teach you a little bit about them, but you should see that they're going 24 hours a day on different topics. So you can either host one yourself and go have that one go 24 hours a day, or you can have other people. You can go to other people's. And I would, so it depends on what you want to do, really. And what do I mean? Well, okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. You have to understand. We're going to be starting from ground zero with an account that has very few followers. When you start up a Twitter space, the algorithm just doesn't pour people into your space. People have to go there and seek you out by the keywords that you use in the search, essentially. And the search is poor at this point, so it's kind of hard for them to find you. I'm being honest with you. For as good as my hashtags are, I'm live 24/7 in a Twitter space, and every day in the Twitter space, I get 4 people total over the course of the whole day. So I'm making you aware that when you start small, it's very difficult to go big. So you're saying, I don't want to go into other people's spaces because they're haters. You're going to have to start that way. And the reason why you have to start that way is because you have to make people aware of your project. And no one's going to be aware of it if you just open up a Twitter space, have no followers, and just... I'll explain. I'll explain. So there are some Twitter spaces that allow you to feature your project. It's called Show Your Space, Show Your Project, Show Your NFT, Show Your Art. And so you go to one of those, and that's where you do that. Hey, I'm Apollo. I want you to know that I have a unique decentralized exchange, token, and NFTs. This art is all created one of a kind by a human artist. Check out our social media. It's Ryoshi Dex. We're everywhere. You can check out our videos. You can check out our YouTube shorts. You can check out our images. Everything is on our website, Ryoshi, cyberpunkryoshi.io. Check that out for more information. I appreciate it if you would follow me, and I'll follow you back. Thank you for the opportunity to show my project, and I hope everyone has a great day. That's all you have to say. And you say that in space after space. You don't have to do it like till you get sick of it, but people will be like, oh, okay, well, tell us about it. You can post the art in the space, so that's key for you. It's not just all audio. You can post videos and art in there so that 200 people are looking at it at once. And so that's how you get people to learn about it. No one's ever going to learn about it from YouTube, though. That will enhance their experience, but where you will really connect with people is Twitter Spaces, and it's the only place that you will do it. Okay, so I would say my best advice to you. Yeah, definitely. My best advice to you is you own the Twitter app, right? Of course, you're not Elon Musk, but I mean, you have it on your phone. Okay, so what I would do if I were you is, do you know how to get into a Twitter space? That's okay. Not everyone does. That's okay. That's a huge advantage though, because you know how it works. You know how this exactly all of that. Exactly. So what you should I know and you're always like, Rabbit, I know, but I'm driving. This one I understand. You got to find a place where you can look at your phone and and I can explain to you how to find Twitter Spaces. But okay, you know where Twitter Spaces is? Okay, well then just go into. No, you don't want to start one.
So I'm not actually behind this bill, but I am behind us thinking proactively about what work looks like.
Yeah, you don't want that one. That's not what you want. Okay, on the left, in the left side, in your menu. Now, I'm not looking at an Android device right now. I'm looking at iOS. That's okay. Just settle down.
Largely because when their manager pings them via text or email or Slack or whatever, they feel like they have to.
On the left side, you should click. There's a menu.
You're gonna have to pay me for those hours if you want me to work.
And you should see it says profile, settings, all that other stuff. And you should see spaces.
Think about all the ingenuity we get from the people who do work way too much, more than I'm willing to do. I appreciate that those people can and are willing to do that. My question today for you is, are you willing to reduce
spaces
spending in order to increase your leisure time?
Correct.
How do you think about that? Give me a call.
Yep. Go past. There you go. Click on that.
To trade.
Well, I was just going to say, you're going to click on it and it's going to disconnect the call. But listen in on what they're saying. Okay? And you get to learn how these work. And what I'm telling you is this, and I mean this. Listen to these for hours. You have the ability to listen to these things for hours a day. You're going to get well known on there. You're going to get lots of followers. I can tell you this. I'm going to tell you how you get a lot of followers. And it is by being in spaces. You'll get 15 people follow you at once if you say something that's interesting to them. And they're real people and they will comment on your stuff. And this is a lot better than if you want organic traffic. Now, there are other ways too. We're going to skip ahead too. We can teach you how to buy followers, or I can just do it for you on like another account and get a big account. That's what you want. What I'm saying is this. You do it on another account that's not related to this account. So you get an account, you just create an account. I mean, like I told you, I think you know, I have 2100 accounts. What you want is one that's not associated with you. Like one that you're not going to cry if you ever get banned. Okay? It's basically an experiment. And so I can create one and send it to you if needed. But basically, what you do is make this a powerful account. So it might cost you, I'd say, you need 10,000 people to be considered like a big influencer on Twitter Spaces, I would say. And so that's going to cost you like $100, maybe 200 at the max, depending. That's not crazy. No, no one else is doing it. Hold on, I shouldn't say that. A ton of people are. Hold on, a ton of people are. But when I say no one else, I mean less than 2% of the people on Twitter are buying followers. I bought them before. I have accounts that have had 10,000 people. Yeah, that's what I was going to tell you. Hold on, no. That's what I'm going to tell you. Yeah. Exactly. You're going to get that kind of shit all the time. I'm telling you, I've gone through it. There are services that I've used. The best one I like is called Insta Followers. And you can go there and get TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, as many followers as you want. In fact, I'll tell you how much it's going to be right now. Just one moment. And So you got it, baby. So here's the thing: once you get, and like, you work hard for your money, and you're gonna make it. It's gonna work hard for you. What I mean to say is this: I have an account that has, like, I have a lot to say, but I don't have an account. I've had accounts that have tens of thousands of followers, but I bought them. Then I've had accounts that have had thousands of followers, and they were all organic. I've lost both. And why did I lose both? Because I created 2,100 accounts, and Twitter basically has blacklisted me. I am on Twitter on a bunch of accounts. I just have to do it kind of on the DL. Now, you won't have this issue. So what we're going to do is we're going to buy Twitter followers from you. And you have the option. You can buy real Twitter followers, or you can buy bots. Whatever you want. So here's the thing. Oh, it's so cheap in comparison. All right. If you want them to beat it, can. Okay, so for 1,000 real followers, it's $35. But you can only buy 1,000 at a time, which is fine. If you really want to do this correctly, quickly, you buy 1,000 followers for $35 and have them follow your times 12. Why times 12? Oh, okay. I was gonna say just get 10,000, but if you want, yeah, $350. 350. Yeah. Now you're gonna then have 10,000 real followers. What do we consider real followers? These are, live people. Hopefully their accounts aren't masked in. Now, if you want to do it for fake bots, you can do it 5,000 times, 5,000 followers a time, so only 2 days, and it would cost you $160, basically.
I want to talk about some stats I saw this week that really kind of they made me scared for people.
Wait, hold on. I don't think you're either hearing me or I'm not explaining. I've said it now, I think 2 or 3 times, but let's review. We don't want you to get your main Twitter account banned. That's why you have to have another account. When you were like, well, I can use my Apollo account. And I said, that's not what you want either. You want a new account. If my exact words were an account that you can lose that you don't care about. Excellent. So, okay, that's okay. I understand you have concern because you don't want to lose your account that absolutely isn't doing anything for us right now, but you don't want to lose it. It means something. You're okay. You're okay. It reinforces the knowledge here. Actually, I get you. You good? So then, what you would do is create a Twitter account. I can do that for you. It's not hard. I can send you the information. This won't be tied to you. It could just, if I were you, this is what I would make it. Whatever your Apollo, like make it what you're comfortable being called in public, because people are going to be doing that on Twitter Spaces. So I would call it Apollo Dex or whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. Or Apollo Crypto, whatever. We'll find a name that you like. And then what we do is 10 days in a row, we do payments for $34.50. That's how much it is. I said it's 35, but it's really $34.50. I was just using rounded numbers. So it's going to cost you about, I say $350 a tax and everything. So.
Pictures, doing a claim, putting on Facebook Marketplace. Really, Joel, you're going to make me do that on a Saturday.
Right. Well, now you go into a Twitter space and everybody's gonna let you up and speak. So you're gonna be able to, well, one other thing I would do if I were you is I would get a verified check mark. But that's, no, it takes 3 to 5 days.
So that's one consideration. In the state of California, that is not true. So trading in the car doesn't even reduce the amount of tax.
Okay, and you're right. It could be because when I did it, I had one. It took me 7 days, and that was a long time at the time. But that was a year ago. That was a year and like 2 months ago. So,
That's not the case. So selling your car privately makes the most sense if you're willing to.
no, it says up to 7 days.
But the thing that really hurts me, and is really hard to stop, is that people are not just trading in cars most of the time, they're also trading in cars that they owe money on. And not just that they owe money on, but where they owe more money than the car's worth. So as far as being undervalued. Negative equity. And so if you bought a home for more than it was worth and you sold it, you would have negative equity. Especially now, with that could be the case.
Well, no, you're gonna tell them where to go. You're gonna say, I'm the developer. This is how it's done on Twitter Spaces. Not everyone uses their main space account, their main project account. Most people don't. They use a personal account or a quarter account, and they go into spaces and they show their project. Hey, my name is Apollo. I want to make you aware that I have a project. If you go to Ryoshi Dex on Twitter and follow it, I'll be sure to follow you back. That's the main project account. This is.
You go to a dealership to try a car, and you trade that car in. You have negative equity. You owe more than the car's worth.
You don't know how it works. And that's cool. That's why your project has like 10 followers and no social media. Oh, no, exactly. No, exactly. You don't understand how these projects work. This is how they work.
It is one of those things that a decision that can haunt you for a long time.
Here.
And I know.
Here's what you, okay, then real people aren't going to want to be connected to. What you do is this. You do the follow for follow until you don't need to do it anymore. And then you drop them all. And then you follow no one. That's what these projects do. You're over here like, dude, Pandora's over here, and they have 12,000 followers, and they don't follow anyone. You don't know how that project works. You don't know that they might have followed everybody back until a certain point, and then they dropped everyone. And that's what projects do, and that's what influencers do. That's why you can have an influencer with 1.2 million people who follow them on Twitter, and they follow one person, and it's like the president. That's how that works. They follow people to a certain point, and then they stop following people. Either that, or they do what we talked about in the first place, which was they follow, they just buy their account. Now, you don't have to follow back. That's fine. I could care less. I just said something. Do whatever you want. Run the account any way you want. It's your account. What I'm telling you is that if you want engagement, which is what you want, you do the follow for follow thing.
To be zen with the car until you've paid
If you don't, though, that's fine.
Until you are not upside down in it. Until you've gotten to the point where the value exceeds what you owe.
No, it's not. I think you can get both the best worlds. I think you can get both the best of both worlds. So you can have the Apollo Dex, or I'm sorry, the Ryoshi Dex. It doesn't follow anybody. That's cool. But you follow them with your big account or your what? No, not the Apollo. Your fake one. Whatever, the one with 10,000 followers. You follow them with that. You don't care about that one.
Never have a car payment ever. That's the ideal. I'm willing to realize.
No, we can come up with it right now.
Which is that's hard to pull off, and it's not possible for.
No, it does. It actually. Well, no, they're not going to know that. They won't. On Twitter Spaces, there are so many people there. They're not going to be like, oh.
But if you have a 4-year long term and you're buying a used
yeah,
car,
but it's just.
You're not going to find yourself in one of these terrible torrentious
It doesn't
negative
work.
equity situations. It's like a treadmill that you can't get off of. And then, once you enter into another 7-year loan, and you feel like the car isn't what you wanted it to be 3-4 years into that loan, you're in the same position.
When's your birthday?
So, I would love to see people.
If you don't want to tell me that, that's okay. Okay. I just need to know what year.
Go to the dealership and jump into something bigger, better, nicer with an extended
Like Taylor Swift, maybe.
Because that is a recipe for financial heartache.
Okay, we have to put in.
One of the biggest line items in our life. The truth is, you can avoid this.
We're going to do an email just a moment.
But a massive amount of Americans are doing this to themselves. So please beware. Be careful when you're out
I'm just going to use a temporary email address. We just need to. I'm just going to use a temporary email address. You can change it to whatever you want. You don't own. You don't own a power13@gmail.com. You do? You own APOLLO@gmail.com. No, that's different. That's different. Okay, we can use that though, but you don't own it. That's what I'm saying. Stop. I'm doing this. I know how to do it. We could, but I don't want to tie anything to that account. I don't want to tie anything to your project. This is going to be fully independent. We're just going to use a temporary email address. Look, it's just like you said. You said I don't want to risk my Ryoshi stuff, and I think that's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. Exactly. You just don't want to risk anything. So that's why I'm saying we'll just use a temporary email address and okay, so 1989 email.
And this is a bit of backup here as you make your way on through the 5, the northbound side as you approach the 210.
Easier said than done.
Slow back down about a half mile or so. South
I mean,
still going to be busy on the 110 north at MLK. We're going to stall there as they backed up from Century Boulevard. Cabazon at 10 west of Broadway Trail. Pretty serious crash here. Stopping their traffic as you approach about 5 to 10 minutes delay. It's off the right shoulder. KFI in the sky. Let's get to the faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Spring is in full bloom, and that same yellow pollen that cakes cars.
I wish I only had 4 minutes. I have hundreds. I wish I only had 4 minutes. I have hundreds. You have to understand, when you are becoming a social media person and doing all this stuff, you need multiple accounts. I know you know that. Well, I'll tell you what, if I would normally be like, oh no, I don't know what I'm doing. I know exactly what the fuck I'm doing. I do this all goddamn day. You're right. Okay. Absolutely. So anything like that together with my show. Alright, so I would have already created this account by now, but my Twitter, you have a Twitter that you can, I mean, you could use that. You go to settings, it's a bottom, it says within settings, you'll find deactivate account, and it'll ask you to download the information. Okay, so you're like, I can just create the Twitter account. Create the Twitter account, make it whatever you want. That's the best case scenario. And then what you do is you go to, I'll give you the website, I can send it to you. It's instafollowers.co, and you go to Twitter services, and you go find Twitter followers.
more at PHRBtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Well, hold on. Why are you deleting it? We need a Twitter account, right?
Tuesdays 4 to 7 on KFI.
That's what we want. Perfect. 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 You can change all the name for it, make it Apollo. You can change all that stuff. You can change the username. So perfect. Okay. Excellent. So all I'm going to do is right now send you the link, and then once a day for 10 days in a row, you go to this Instagram follower link, and you, yeah. And it's the best website I've ever found to do this, and it works really quickly. So you will start getting Twitter followers, and you'll have like 1,000 Twitter followers in 24 hours. Well, I'll say this, at least with the robots, it's that way. With real people, your mileage may vary, but I can tell you that this, like, the worst thing, or like, the thing that you're going to get is what happened to you. These fly-by-night people. Hey, somebody sent me an email. They can get me people to follow me on Telegram and all this stuff. Like, or somebody sent me a direct message. No, you don't want that. You want someone with an established e-commerce store on the internet that's been around. I can tell you this company's been around for 5 years, which is great. If they were going to screw you, they wouldn't be in business. So I just sent you a link. It's a beautiful link. It comes up with a nice picture, and you just buy your Twitter followers there.
Obviously, we're entering into the spring selling season.
Yep.
Basically, this is.
Well, I'll tell you this. No. Oh, I didn't even think about this. You can buy it all right now. It doesn't say. No, you just do it 10 times. It says the max you can do it once is 1,000. So you just do 1,000, put a charge in for $34.50 on your debit card. Once that charge is done, go right back to the website, do another one for $34.50. You could do it 10 times. Your bank may think that that is suspicious and may freeze your card or something. So that's why I'm saying it's probably best if you just do it over the course of a few days, ideally 10 days, just 1,000 people each day.
Going to take a little bit of time.
So then let's talk about
agent fees go down. And the problem is that agent fees have kind of been locked in.
Yep.
For many years.
That's correct. Oh, it's perfect.
Agents are kind of almost of 3% for a total of 6%. And it was there was nothing that most home buyers and sellers could do about this because it was baked into the cake. So when you buy and sell a house, it's just expensive. Just
100%.
sellers are usually going to take you on the chin.
Exactly. You got it. That's 100% right. That's the game. You got it. You won the game. You won the game. There's one other thing that you can do to improve your account significantly, and that would be to get that blue check mark. But aside from that, you got it. I would say yes, and here's why. It gives you some advantages that other people don't have. You can DM people. No, you don't know. Tell me right now, what is the advantages of blue check mark? Right, but they don't. Only the big accounts do. If you see who is what, like you'll see after this call, I'm going to tell you or suggest you go to Twitter Spaces. The one that you were in was a perfect one. It's on NFTs, cryptocurrency. Listen to what they do. Listen to who talks and who's got those blue check marks. Those are important accounts in the Twitterverse because those people have enough money that they have enough to be able to pay for this premium service. Here's why it's good for you. Number one, it legitimizes you. You can walk into any Twitter space and you're going to get called up, or you're going to be, your request to speak is going to be granted immediately. Secondly, it's going to legitimize your project. People are not necessarily going to think that your project is as legitimate if it's coming from an unverified account. The more verification you can put, the better it is. I mean, honestly, ideally.
The outcome of this lawsuit says is that the seller doesn't have to, and in fact can't write in a 3% commission for the buyer's agent. That was the whole flaw in the system. And now buyers are going to have to figure out how to compensate the agent that they're using in a different way. And so
I'm saying that if you are a random chick on Twitter Spaces or a random dude on Twitter Spaces, if you've got the money to do all of that, Apollo, they're expecting you to have the money to have a verified check.
that making fees upfront noticeable and
That's okay. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. By looking at your Twitter space or looking at your Twitter account, nobody knows that. They just want some verification. And I'm telling you, the two ways to do that are by having a lot of followers, which you will have, and by having a verified check mark. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, I don't want to spend $20 a month on a verified check mark, that's fine. You don't need one. I'm just saying, if you really want to win this, that's what you do. If you have a verified check mark and you have over 10,000 followers and you are one of only 100 people on Twitter Spaces who are actively engaged, and then you're going to get a lot of followers from that, and you're also going to get a lot of people who have offers for you and want to help with your project and something like that.
Not to the same extent. The same amount of effort and work is not being provided in many cases. Largely because sellers are able to.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be. So we can fix that. Here's what you do. You wait till you get to a point where you're relaxed and you're stopped. And you say, all right, I got this account that I was going to delete. I'm going to change that stuff. It's very easy for me to do that. Once the stuff is changed, all I do is go to that link that Rabbi told me. I put the username in. I put the amount of followers. I put my debit card information, and it will be there in 1 to 2 days. That's it. I'm done for the day. I don't have anything else that I have to do today. So if you're over here like, well, it's going to take a long time. I know when things take a long time. This is not one of them. This is a very easy project.
But there are going to be other ways too that agents will stand out. There are already agents who offer flat fee models for buying.
Well, so we can talk about that. So the best way to really do it is to do the same thing that you're doing on your fake account on your Dex account, and it would just be over 10 days, get 10,000 followers. You're going to probably have the best chance of doing that. I can tell you the amount of speed that you can get of people to follow you on Twitter. If you're in Twitter Spaces every single day and you're engaged and you're engaging people, you're only still going to get maybe 50 to 100 people a day. And that's 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours of work a day. If you, I'm telling you, there's shortcuts to this. You're like, well, I don't want to risk losing my Dex account. I understand. That's why do it with your fake account first. See how it works. Give it a month or two and make sure that the followers don't all go away, which they won't. And once you're comfortable with it, then try it with the Dex.
So right now, I believe there's like 1.6 million real estate agents out there, registered real estate agents.
It's a good question. It's a very good question. So then what you're going to have is a Dex with over 10,000 followers. You're going to have a fake account, but it's like your megaphone with over 10,000 followers. You'll be able to go to any Twitter space, and you'll be like a recognized person now. Oh, it's Apollo. Hey, come on in, etc., etc. There are, over the course of the day, you'll see the spaces that are going on are always pretty new, but some of them are regular, and some people do them like nightly shows or daily shows or whatever. So, okay, we've talked about now how to make people aware of your project, but there's a difference between going into someone's Twitter space and showing your project, which is great, and then being able to host a space and talk about your community and all of that. That's where you really become a leader. and we can tell you how to get there. But that's when you're hosting a space. That's another step. Right now, Apollo, what I want you to do, and this has been a wonderful conversation, I think for both of us. I've learned a lot. We've discussed a lot of good things. So what you want to do is go to Twitter Spaces and start listening to them, and listen to them for 2 or 3 hours today at least. They're very interesting. So this is all stuff that, and if there's something that you don't like, oh, I'm gonna send you another link. You're like, Rabbit, I can't get so many links. I've only sent you two. The one was the Insta followers, and the other is called spaciousdashboard.com. And you're like, Rabbit, what's spaciousdashboard.com? You have an Android device. Android device is not as good as the iOS devices on Twitter. iOS has some things that you can do on Twitter that Android you cannot. What are they? iOS allows for the sharing of video in Twitter spaces. Android does not. So there will be people in these Twitter spaces who some people are showing their video and you won't be able to see it. That's changing. So give it a month or two and Android should be caught up. The next thing is that you can't use a soundboard. That's not a big deal on Android. There are some other differences. A third thing is that Twitter Spaces does not have a search bar. And that's really important when you're trying to find something in which you're interested. So, for instance, if you want the ability to share your project, you can go to the search bar on iOS and type project share. And anything that has the pre-phrase project share will show up. You don't have that ability on Android. So what I did is I sent you a link. It's called Spaces Dashboard. That actually is even better than what iOS has. It's the best of both worlds. It tells you where every single space is going on in the world right now, what language it is. Um, you can filter it by just English. You can filter it by just financial discussions, just NFT projects. You can see how many people are in there. So, for instance, right now, there are. Yeah. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. You should have your, yeah, you should have and this is about a week of work to get this account where you need it to be, or like 10 days worth of work or whatever. But you need 10 days to learn how Twitter Spaces works, or you won't be successful there either. So right now, there are 397 Twitter Spaces going on in English. That's a lot. There are a ton going on in other languages, even more than English. English is not the top language spoken on Twitter. Japanese is, and then like Arabic and Spanish. English is not as high as you would think. But there are 397, or now there are 401. So it fluctuates. But what I'm telling you is that the top ones right now are crypto discussions. So the first one is Duco is the third $1 billion dog. The second one is Tuku Community Space. The third is Cyborg May 2024 engine. Absolutely. You don't need to have an account with a certain number of followers. You don't need to pay. It's all free. And so you can listen to all of this stuff. I sent you the link, and you can listen to anything in English. I can tell you right now, of the first 20 hottest Twitter spaces right now, like 15 of them are blockchain related. The other ones are like world news related. And they have a lot of people on. The top one in English right now has 731 people. Now, what you need to understand is the chances that you, with any account that doesn't have a lot of followers, isn't verified, of being able to talk in front of 731 people and tell them about your project is very low. It's very low. But if you have a verified account and a blue check mark, they'll let you up. And you can talk in front of 731 people immediately and get your voice out there. That's why I'm saying that's what that does for you, is it gives you complete credibility in these spaces. They want you to come up. Yeah. I believe. No, absolutely not. They were unrelated. We both had established social media platforms, and if you want to know how, if you want to know, well, here's the thing. More like, uh, he had as many followers as I had before I lost my account. We only had like 3,000 organic followers, but our big account, his big account, I had tens of thousands on mine before it got banned, and he had tens of thousands on his. His got banned, so he had to create a new one. And the way that he got it over 100,000 followers is by doing a contest. Now we can talk about that, but you need to have an established account before you do a contest. But basically, what you do is you do a giveaway, and in exchange for people for the giveaway, like it's a big giveaway. You might have to give $1,000 away, but you'd say, okay, I'm going to give $1,000 in Bitcoin to anyone who is following me and reposts this before May 1st. And then everyone will post and do all that stuff, and you'll get a lot of followers. So I would say um, the main Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email Twitter Twitter account gained 90,000 followers, maybe 110,000 followers through a contest. So those are things that you can do, but you have to understand. People know about that brand. People know about the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new brand, and it has a huge community. So it's very easy for the community to be able to spread that information. If you just have a contest yourself, you're not going to get the same kind of results.
12 weeks of the year, but the number of sales have just crashed. Number of sales have just crashed.
You'll see though. You'll see though. There are so many scams on Twitter. Nobody believes you that you're giving them money away. That's okay. That's what I'm saying. If you're a small account and you're like, I'm giving away $1,000 to anyone who follows me, people won't. People do that all the time, and they don't have a lot of followers, and they don't get a lot of followers. If you already have 10,000 followers and you say, hey, I'm running a contest, that shows that you're legitimate and that you might actually pay this out, and that a lot of people are already aware of what you're doing. You, like this one, for instance, yeah, it would be something like you have to be following the main Ryoshi Dex account. You have to retweet the contest information, and you have to um, do all of this by a deadline. And then the winner will be chosen at random. People like when you do the choosing on camera because so many of these are rigged that they just give $1,000 to their friends, or they don't give $1,000 away at all. They just keep running fake contests, which is really unfortunate. So if you do it on camera and you say, all right, winner is Joe Schmo. Well, okay, great. And then you send that person $1,000 in Bitcoin. You take a screenshot of it. You show them, you show that you actually pay out, and then then you have some legitimacy. And then you run another contest, and a lot more people will take part. So I don't necessarily think you give away $1,000 on the first one. You might give $100 away each month for 12 months and see what happens. But that takes time. Uh, like the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email account, uh, Morlight was featured on social media, and he was in a big fight against a huge influencer. Like, you know, there are a lot of advantages that that project had that unfortunately yours currently doesn't, but it could in the future if you want. Yeah, I mean, it just has a huge community. It has, it's been launched for. Well, you just asked me what did Morlight do, and I'm telling you this is what they did. All right, so then all right, then the first thing that you do, exactly. So then what you need to do, we will close this call, you go on Twitter Spaces, you learn how it works. I sent you Spaces dashboard. That gives you ability to search and find anything of which you're interested. But just go in, check it out. Then what you do is when you're parked, you buy 1,000 followers to that fake account, and you're done for the day. You do the same thing tomorrow and the same thing the next day. You keep listening on Twitter Spaces, and when you feel comfortable, you say, Rabbi, I want to host them, or I want to co-host one with you. I want to learn the different features, and I'll show you how to do it. And then, you know, it's kind of like the bird deep in the nest. You'll be on your own.
It's a good point. It's a good point. And of course, what's going to happen when the market shifts and the buyers, I mean, are we going to get into a buyer's market again? You know, eventually something's going to clear up.
Yeah, well, things will correct. And that's the thing. It's hard to know, Mark, exactly what's going to change the dynamics of this real estate market because even with, and there are a lot of predictions, I'm not saying the exact opposite, there are a lot of predictions as rates will escalate, escalate, go through the roof, that, hey, guess what? This is going to drive down prices because people aren't going to be able to afford these bigger payments. And I was saying, sorry, no, we're millions of homes short supply side in this country. And because of the lack of supply, prices will remain sticky high. Will they come down at some point? I do think it's possible, right? It's hard to know. Is it the economy slowing, unemployment increasing, or what is it that could give some correction to the housing market?
Sure. Do you want me to just put this in the chat with the direct message? That's what I'm saying. You want a white paper on Uniswap version 2?
I'm hoping for increased supply based on this ruling. I'm hoping for increased supply based on more looser regulations in regards to home building, because that's actually the hottest segment of the market right now is new homes that are being built.
Aren't you? No, it doesn't. I'm giving you a white paper.
Which is understandable. It's even if you're bursting at the seams, you're saying.
ChatGPT just wrote one white paper, Uniswap version 2, abstract. Uniswap version 2 is a decentralized exchange. Okay. So what do you want?
It's just really hard to think about paying off a mortgage or like that, right?
Okay.
I get why people want to, but because they're better voters. But there's still other downsides there. So Mark, thank you for calling, and it's the real estate market.
You have to be able to explain it, or it won't give you what you want. So explain it as
but this is anything that provides more market-based realities for home buyers and sellers, I think is a good thing. And like I said earlier.
Okay, that's what it gave me. Yeah, here it is. Uniswap version 2 is a decentralized exchange. Yeah, it created it for us. You want me to put this in?
Thousands of dollars for the Birkin bags from Hermes, right? Luxury brands. Or, and that's
not that many. You can change it to whatever you want.
All sorts of other mass-produced luxury items. People are willing to pay extra for
I'm gonna put this white paper in the chat in our direct messages, and
but then on the other side of the equation,
it's what you need.
Buyers and sellers who want, fewer bells and whistles and fewer services offered.
All right, so I just put what you wanted in the Twitter space. I'm sorry, in the direct messages, and I'm going to send you a link for $200, and you're going to go on Twitter Spaces and just sit there and listen. And then tonight, when you're relaxed, you're going to change what needs to be changed in that Twitter profile, and you're going to buy 1,000 followers, and you're going to be on your way. I sent you the white paper, LFG. Excellent. Let's fucking go. You take care, pal. If you need anything else, you let me know, okay? Take care, baby. Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Even if you eradicate Airbnb, you don't change the price dynamics all that much. So here's one of the lines from that article. It said, put simply, restricting Airbnb is not going to be an effective tool for solving the housing affordability problems in many U.S. cities. So It is true that if you banned Airbnb, it would increase the supply of single-family homes for rent. Yes. And more supply, yes, drives down costs. But it's such a small percentage that the impact on long-term renters is minimal. So I think the commission changes are going to be far more impactful to prices that we pay for housing over time than banning Airbnb. So we have to make sure we're attacking the right things and we're thinking about supply and demand properly, because we do need more supply in the housing market. And there's still a lot of younger millennials and older Gen Zers who want to buy a home. And I'm rooting for it because it's a tough market out there still. All right, we are going to talk about vacations in just a second. I want to talk about how you think about how much you spend on a vacation. But first, I'm Joel Larsgaard, and this is KFI AM 640.
What you need to know and when you need to know it.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Gone too soon. I'm Andrew Carabello, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 4-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Police say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the truck Friday night. They say the driver stayed on scene and cooperated with the investigation. They don't think speed or impaired driving were factors in the accident. UC Riverside has denied that Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter attended the school like he had claimed in his resume. The university says there are no records of Ipe Mizahura in its database, despite Mizahura's bio saying he graduated in 07. This is just one of the questions raised about his credentials, since he was accused of stealing millions from Ohtani for illegal bets. The MLB has opened a formal investigation. A man has been found dead with a gunshot wound after crashing into a building in LA. The LAPD says officers responded to the Fashion District early this morning, where they discovered the car and the unresponsive man inside. They say they think the guy was likely shot near Olympic Boulevard and tried to escape before crashing. There was minor damage to the building. And LA County has approved new short-term rental rules for unincorporated areas.
The rules now include an annual fee of $914 and the requirement that hosts only rent out their primary residence. That means no accessory dwelling units or vacation rentals. County leaders say this action is to preserve the long-term housing stock and quality of life, while also leaving some room for owners to rent out their spaces on a short-term basis. The rules are only for unincorporated areas in LA County, not cities, but don't yet impact places like Marina del Rey or Catalina Island, where the California Coastal Commission is expected to enact its own regulations. Michael Monk's KFI News.
And more international soccer is on tap today in Exposition Park.
The team from Guadalajara faces its arch rival Atlas FC. Now, if you don't know who those teams are, just know it might be a little congested around BMO Stadium today. 2 games at Crypto.com Arena. First, the Clippers host the Sixers, and then the Lakers host the Pacers. And on the ice, Tampa Bay takes on the Ducks in Anaheim. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
Lawmakers in D.C. have passed a $1.2 trillion spending package avoiding a partial government shutdown. The bill was passed early yesterday morning. Let's try that again. The bill was passed early yesterday morning. There we go. After the Senate failed to vote by its midnight deadline. ABC's Mary Alice Park says the bill will fund 70% of the government.
It includes a pay raise for U.S. troops, funding to hire about 2,000 new Border Patrol agents, additional funds for things like Head Start, childcare, cancer, and Alzheimer's research.
President Biden signed the bill, saying it will keep the government funded until fall. Brazil's federal police have arrested the men suspected of orchestrating the killing of Rio de Janeiro councilwoman Marielle Franco, who was black and openly bisexual, was gunned down in 2018. The shooter confessed in 2019, and that confession led to the arrest of a congressman and his brother. A motive is not clear. Both reportedly have connections to militias who illegally charge residents for services, including protection. And a shirt Britney Spears wore on the X Factor in 2012 is now up for auction. The chainmail halter top could sell for thousands of dollars. Bidding starts at $500, but it's been appraised for $20,000 to $25,000. Just out of my price range. I would have done it for $19,000. It's rare for clothing worn by the singer to go up for auction, since Spears sold most of her iconic outfits through her charity, the Britney Spears Foundation. But enough of that. Let's take a look at a crash on the 60 in Industry.
And this one really starting to back up here. Got about 30-minute delay through Industry on the 60 west of Azusa Avenue. Left lane's blocked by a crash. It's going to be stop and go from Nogales. Also, Baldwin Park to 10 west of Francisquito. Crash here as things backed up to about Azusa Avenue. The Cabazon, they continue a problem on the 10 west at Rondo Trail. And a Ford vehicle crashed through Laguna Hills. 5 south at La Paz. Stop and go from El Toro Road. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Possible rain this afternoon. Highs staying in the upper 50s to low 60s across the Southland. Weather tonight will get kind of chilly. Lows are dropping into the 30s and 40s, and then tomorrow the clouds are going to leave. It's going to get sunny. It's going to get clear. It's going to get a little warmer with highs in the upper 60s at the beaches and inland for Metro AOC, the valleys, and the Inland Empire. Around 60 in the Antelope Valley with some wind in the afternoon. Right now, though, we're looking at Aliso Viejo, 61, Lake Forest, 59, Hawthorne, 61, and Marina del Rey, also 61 degrees. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. All Joel wants is to help you save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. This is How to Money with Joel Larsgaard.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How to Money. I am your host, Joel Larsgaard, and this show is all about you. It's all about you, saving and investing so that you can do more of what matters. It is about treating money as a tool. At some point, money accrual becomes kind of pointless, right? It is important to be able to pay our debts on time, to hopefully be working towards debt paydown, to be investing so that we can grow our wealth, so that we have more optionality in our lives, having more savings on hand so that we can encounter an emergency and not be bowled over by it. Those are all really important things. And at some point, though, most of us have no desire to develop Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos level money. And for good reason. Because why? And so this show is all about kind of helping normal folks handle money appropriately and seeing the ways in which that they can kind of change habits, develop new methods so that they can thrive with their finances. Let's talk about kind of budgeting for travel. There's this interesting article in this website, The Art of Manliness, which sounds like it's only for dudes, but it's not. The surprisingly thoughtful conversation from this website, and they've got a great podcast as well, but theartofmanliness.com. And this article was all about how much you should spend on vacation. And I saw this and I was thinking, oh man, I love they're getting into personal finance stuff over there, but also just the good stuff to be thinking about now, especially because this is kind of the time of year where people start to think about summer plans. And I talked not too long ago about the best time to start booking domestic travel for this summer. Well, it might be later this month, early next month. A couple months typically in front of your trip is when you're going to find the best pricing. And it's obviously, getting a deal, that's dear to my heart. I don't want to pay too much for whatever I'm going to do. But this website was talking about how the average recommendation for the percentage of your income that you should spend on travel, on vacations, is 5 to 10%. Which, let's be honest, that's a pretty big range. And I think in some ways that makes sense to me, but it's also potentially a lot of money, right? And so much depends on what your financial situation looks like and what your goals are. Because let's be honest, some people are homebodies. I know some people, and like, travel doesn't sound that great to them. And I know other people, and if they're not traveling like 2 months out of the year, they hate their life. Or they're just not, they feel like their wings have been clipped. And so, what is it that you want from your life? I think some people might find that 10% is insufficient, and others might find that 5% is overkill. And so, I will say this. Americans are bad, on the whole at least, at taking vacations. When you go overseas, I swear you meet people from Australia and from Germany, like the taking these extended holidays. We're dropping in for a week, and they're on month 2. It's impressive. Like, that is one thing that much of the rest of the world, at least it's from some of the richest countries, are so much better at. They're better at taking time off and enjoying themselves, and they probably budget upwards in that 10% range of their income towards taking trips. So what I would like to see is people take all their vacation time, even if that doesn't mean going on an extravagant, expensive vacation. I think this is important to mention too. If you're in debt, you can still take a vacation, but be willing to make them less indulgent, less expensive trips until you're in a more comfortable financial position. And I'm not just talking like mortgage debt or a little bit of student loan debt. I mean, if you're in really bad forms of debt, if you've got $10,000 in credit card debt, sure, you can still take the vacation. But my goodness, if it's adding to the credit card debt, or if it's prolonging your ability to pay that debt off in a significant way, rethink it. The article also mentioned to beware of luxury creep, which is kind of like lifestyle creep. We talk about that regularly in the personal finance community. It's just kind of our ability to inflate our lifestyle as our income goes up, instead of inflating our savings and investments. And I'm all about intentional splurging. So I think it's easy to get out over your skis. On this one, potentially literally, if you're planning a ski trip, you might be spending money that you don't have for some like 2-week top-end trip to Telluride or something like that. And if you can afford that and it's a priority, more power to you. But if not, save up and take that trip in a couple of years. I think I mentioned last week on the show that I have put down the $100 refundable down payment on a Rivian. Part of what's so great about that is I get to anticipate it for 2 years. And I get to save for 2 years. So I get to pay cash for that thing because I'm saving. One, it's far less expensive than the other 2 Rivian models. So that's great. But I get to be super pumped about it every time I pass a Rivian on the road. I'm like, woo, 2 years from now, 2026, that's going to be my year. But I get to save up and pay cash for it, and that just feels so much better. And then you can do the same thing and should be working to do the same thing with any sort of trip or vacation you want to take. It feels better to take the trip knowing that you're not going into debt in order to pull it off. And I think, too, maybe we're comparing ourselves too much. Social media is clearly a culprit on this front. We see our friends taking cool trips, and there's even like influencers taking pictures of themselves on private planes that they haven't actually rented out. They're just literally renting it for 5 minutes to take a picture. They're not going anywhere, but it's all in an effort to make people think that they're living this highfalutin lifestyle that they're not actually living. And it's easy to think that all of our friends are taking these epic vacations and we're the only ones who can't afford it. Well, guess what? You don't know what their debt levels look like behind the scenes. You don't know what somebody's marriage looks like behind the scenes. If they're constantly fighting about money. All you can do is control yourself. And I do think that maybe the more we post on social media, the more we consume social media, it's going to harm us. And the more we post about our trips on social media, the less we're in the moment on those trips too. And I'm not saying don't take pictures or don't ever post, but maybe like one post-trip post is a better way to handle it. I think it allows us to actually enjoy that vacation a whole lot more. So going back to kind of the leisure ethic that I talked about a little bit at the beginning of the episode, being willing to trade off making income to reduce your work schedule, to reduce how much you're giving to work, is a good thing. I'm not necessarily down with the mandate, but incorporate leisure into your life. Be willing to say no to more income, to more money, to more opportunity on the work side in order to enjoy your life in the here and now. And some of the best trips, by the way, don't have to cost you all that much. I'm hoping to do some backpacking in the Eastern Sierras at the end of the summer. It's not going to be very expensive, but it's going to be an epic trip, great memories with some friends of mine. And so take the time off, enjoy it. Just don't overdo it, and budget for it. Think about it. Think about it ahead of time. Well, how much do I want to spend? Can I really afford this? Do I have some other financial priorities that need to take place ahead of this vacation? Or you know what? No, I'm free and clear. I've done all these other things, and I'm ready to pay cash for this vacation or that vacation. Take the time off. Just make sure that what you're doing in that time fits within your means. All right, coming up, personal savings rates. That's so great in this country. But I don't want you to be a statistic. This is How to Money. I'm Joe Larsford. Let's go to Andrew Caravella in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Officials at various animal shelters in Southern California have been urging people not to buy rabbits as holiday gifts for children during Easter. They say that the rabbits as pets become abandoned usually around Easter. Italy is marking the 80th anniversary of one of the most horrific World War II massacres. Germany occupied Italy with solemn commemorations and a performance of a symphony over the dead. Brazil's federal police have arrested two men today who allegedly were the killing of a popular Rio de Janeiro councilwoman in 2018. We're going to take a look at the 10 next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game, entering $5 into $150 in and bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by the lab test. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtom.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help you conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit. No sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles or juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
On the 7th day, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel the Towers at T2T.org.
Performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 M50 silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
See a SoCal BMW Center today for exceptional offers. Or visit SoCalBMW.com.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are millions of them out there? Hey, it's Patrick's. Here's why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys. They were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience with 500 trials. That means they're assembled to take on big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They're consistently delivering some of the top settlements in the state. It's the passion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. 800-9-000-000 or sweetjames.com.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Lombardi may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the off-season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all off-season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage at the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Heed the call.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G business. For everybody's complaining, guys going, they solve down crime, let criminals go, end up going on, commit more crimes, killing people, smashing crowds. He's still got the most amount of votes. But I have a theory. I think it's people in the inner city voting for Gascon saying, look, you didn't give a rat's ass about crime until it hit Nordstrom's.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
And I think that's what's going on.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. This is To Money. I am your host, Joe Larsberg. The number, by the way, is 1-800-520-1534. Bill wants to weigh in on the topic of personal finance, about keeping something that I'm not too keen on. But Bill, I would love to hear your take. What's going on? Thanks for joining me.
Yes, there are implications and consequences to the loss of land service. I'm not sure if your listeners, number one, are participating in California Lifeline, or if they've participated in the Affordable Connectivity Program, or what is essentially happening to people who are dependent on those programs. We are being switched from technically copper wiring, although our neighborhood has been rewired for fiber optics for easily 25 years. California Lifeline will only subsidize copper wiring connections. If you are switched into internet, you are essentially going to lose the California Lifeline subsidy. In the very same breath, the Affordable Connectivity Program is coming to an end. From what I understand, there is an extension that's being considered in the Senate Appropriations Committee. But politics being what they are in Washington, it's having a very hard time getting out of the committee. What is essentially going to happen, and this is especially true for seniors on limited income, who are not only dependent upon landline service, but also on the Northwest Santa Monica. And your listeners might not believe it or not, but we have very direct cell phone service over here.
I was going to ask you, Bill, what makes you love your landline and want to keep it around? And it's because of that. It's easy.
Clarity of connections.
Okay. Have you tried, and I will say, if you tried a video IP service 15 years ago, you might not have been impressed. They've gotten a whole lot better. Have you tried a voice over Internet protocol service at all?
We don't have it currently. But my major concern is people who are dependent upon the subsidies. And again, I don't know how many of your listeners are dependent upon these subsidies. They are losing subsidies, whether it's the Lifeline subsidy for landline service, or whether it's the internet subsidy from the Affordable Connectivity Program, people are going to have to make a financial decision. Do we keep phone service or do we not keep phone service?
And you're right. You're right on that. The other thing to be aware of is that it's not just subsidies that might be going away, especially as copper traditional phone service goes away. The phone service is going away in general, right? So AT&T petitioned the state of California. They want to stop servicing traditional landlines. So it's not just a subsidy. It's that traditional phone lines are going away altogether. They're going the way of the dodo bird. And so this has been kind of something that I've been talking about for years. And I know that a lot of people are hesitant to get rid of traditional landline service, but see how much it's costing you. And even I know it's great to have your cell phone, but if your cell phone doesn't work very well at home, then that's not a great solution. But high-speed internet is available on most people's homes. And the VoIP, oh my gosh, 15 years ago, like old school Skype, not so great. But something like Ooma, we talk about the subsidies going away. Well, Ooma is crazy. And you want to use a service like Ooma, we're talking about it being just ridiculously affordable, reliable phone service over the internet. There are other competitors as well, but I would love for people to check out Ooma. And I realize it's getting used to something different, but the phone companies are not going to be supporting copper landlines for decades to come, maybe even for years to come. So it is something that consumers are going to have to get used to. They're going to have to find alternatives. Some people prefer now, according to statistics, even older individuals, they prefer cell phones to landline. They keep the landline around just in case, but they're not going to have that option in the near future, is my belief. We're headed in that direction. So be careful about what you choose instead of and I think a combo is great. A cell phone and a VoIP provider like Ooma can be incredibly low cost and still provide exactly what you need. The VoIP, it functions so much like a traditional landline now. It's just going over different connections, right? It's going over the internet instead of over the traditional copper wire. So I appreciate your phone call, Bill. I'm glad we were able to, at least for the time being, use your landline and get the subsidy. But I just don't know that it's going to be around for too much longer. I want to talk about personal savings rates for just a second. They continue to go down in this country, and they are below 4%, which is a new low for Americans. It's particularly distressing to me as someone who recommends a savings rate of a minimum 15%. A minimum, like that is like the floor that you shouldn't go below, because we're talking about funding retirement. That's investments are part of that, savings is part of that, saving up for medium-term, long-term goals that you have. You really shouldn't dip below that. And the average savings rate in the United States of America is something like 3.8% now. It's going down and down and down. And we saw this, like, obviously just massive uptick in savings rates when the free money, the stimulus money, was being sent out by the government, the three different payments. Savings rates went through the roof. It was short-lived. Because it was stay-at-home orders combined with people not having really anywhere to put the money that's being thrust into their accounts. And so, boom, the savings rate goes up. So it's no wonder that we're living on the financial edge when we dedicate so few of our monetary resources towards future planning. We're living for the here and now, and I talk about this all the time, the buy now, pay later. The average American, something like 50% of Americans have credit card debt that they can't pay off at the end of the month to the tune of something like $6,500. If you're doing both of those things, you're prioritizing now instead of your future. And I realize that it can be difficult for a mindset shift to start saving and thinking about future you instead of just, well, what do I want right now? But a 3% 3% savings rate is not going to get you where you want to go. When we say 3%, that means a lot of people have a negative savings rate, right? That means a lot of people are spending more money than they have. And I hope that it's not a lot of How to Money listeners in that boat, but it worries me. I believe that almost every American can tighten their belt at least a little bit to increase the all-important financial breathing room, that creating some financial margin. It decreases the stress levels on you, and it's going to brighten your outlook on life when you have more cash in the bank to back you up. So I just, and the cool thing is there are ways that you can save that aren't going to impact your lifestyle. The ways I talk about here on the break, I just mentioned Uma as a way to save on phone service. Like just talking about cell phone service with listener Bill. And you know what? You can get the exact phone plan that I'm on, Mint Mobile, $15 a month. What are you spending right now? There are all sorts of things you can do that won't actually change what your day-to-day life looks like, or will change it very little in order to save money. Because I know not everybody wants to like sell their house and downsize to save big bucks, right? That's like a massive lifestyle shift. And I'm not even suggesting the extreme saver sort of mentality, cutting coupons before you go to the grocery store. Maybe digital coupons, but the paper coupons, I get it. I don't do those either. But there are a lot of things you can do to save money to ramp your savings rate up. The historical rate in the United States is something like 6%. We're down below that. Even 6%, not great. 3.something%, even worse. So if you find yourself in that category, it's really time to think long and hard about what you want for your financial future, because you can spend the time. You can change your habits, and you can change where you're headed. All right, coming up, there's nothing wrong with college, but you might be able to make more if you avoid it. I'll tell you how. This is How to Money. I'm Joe Barnsgard. Let's go to Andrew Garabella and the KFI 24-hour news.
Two men have been arrested in connection with a fatal shooting in Long Beach. Police say they responded yesterday morning where they found a guy with a gunshot wound to the upper body. He was pronounced dead on scene. They say witnesses described a car they saw leaving the area, and officers on patrol were able to locate the car nearby and take the men into custody. One gun was recovered. 3 people from LA have been charged in connection with a series of smash and grab robberies across California.
The group allegedly hit luxury clothing stores in LA, Orange, and Riverside counties.
These aren't victimless crimes. Sometimes the suspects would use force against workers as they ran out.
Attorney General Rothschild says the group stole more than $300,000 worth of items from 2022 to last month. Investigators of the LAPD Organized Retail Crime Task Force arrested the group. They say the thieves may be charged with even more crimes. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
And a man dubbed New York City's worst landlord has been attacked at Rikers Island Prison. The man turned himself in Friday after an arrest warrant was issued. He's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for his 700 building violations. The city says the tough approach is designed as a deterrent and pressure point for bad landlords. The man was fined $3 million for violations at another property last year. Issues in industry on the 60.
I'm on the freeway westbound to Suze Avenue. Left lane's blocked here. Stop and go traffic from 11th Avenue. That equates to about a 60-minute delay as you head through the industry stretch. Through Baldwin Park, crash up to 10 west at Lincoln. That is the right lane taken away. Heavy from Sentinella, about a 10-minute delay there. Through Baldwin Park on the 10 at Francisquito. The westbound side, we've got delays and a crash through Tustin on the 5 north and the 55 at Slow from Jamboree. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are.
I'm the only person Queen Esther invited to accompany the king to the banquet she gave. And she has invited me along with the king to marry her. But all this gives me no
Would, to most people from the outside, a downgrade in a job in order to just be able to have more leisure time in your life. That is something I'm actively considering. What does it look like to work less, enjoy your life more, prioritize your overall life satisfaction, and not just money, money, money. If you want to weigh in, the number is 1-800-520-1534. Talking about what we do, trading our time for money, talking about work. I want to talk about the dire need for skilled labor, skilled tradespeople in this country. Part of the reason that gap continues to exist, essentially a dearth in people who are willing to enter some of these professions, is the lack of interest from young people. The application rate for young people seeking tech jobs like plumbing, building, electrical work dropped by something like 50% in 2022 compared to 2020. It certainly appears like like Gen Z is less inclined to do some of these jobs, and this has been something that's been building over years too. It's not just the Gen Z right now. There's been kind of an aversion or a preference for office jobs. I have friends who have their own businesses doing really cool stuff in the skilled trades. I have a friend who is a woodworker and started off just doing stuff on his own, and then now he has a crew of like 12 to 14 guys, and they are building out restaurants. They have all sorts of work. They're booked 6 months in advance. It's amazing how successful he's been, and what he's doing didn't require any sort of a college degree. And so this data coming out shows that it seems like plumbers, HVAC, auto technicians, electricians, those jobs in particular are not as, there's just not enough supply of workers going into those jobs. I'd be so curious, by the way, if you're listening, and you work in one of those fields, insider baseball, what are you seeing? What are you seeing? And are you seeing pay rates go up because there's a lack of
with his head covered and told Zira she's wanted with all his friends everything that had happened to him. His advisors and his wife Zira said to him, since Mordecai, before whom your downfall has stand, is of Jewish origin, you cannot stand against him. You will surely come to war. While they were still talking of him, the king's eunuchs and hurried Haman away to the banquet Esther chapter 7. So the king and Haman went to Queen Esther's wedding. And as they were drinking wine on the second day, the king again asked, Queen Esther, what is your petition? It will be given. What is your request? Even up to half the
job that you think you're going to get, and so you end up working something, doing something that's far less lucrative, whereas you could have avoided the college debt to begin with, ended up in a job making $60,000, $75,000, $80,000 coming right out of it with no student loan debt. I mean, that's a game changer, right?
I know some colleges, 2 years again, the community colleges here in California, where they actually offer truck driving, right? You can actually get your CDL, your commercial driver's license. It's like an 8-week, 12-week course. That's it.
That's amazing. And I think part of the problem is that not everybody. I wouldn't be a good plumber. I don't think that's just not how my brain is inclined, right? But
there are a lot of people who would make great plumbers, great HVAC technicians, great and great entrepreneurs in these fields too. It's not just the task, but you can build a business in these fields, a business that can become worth substantial amounts of money over time. It's amazing that people who are entrepreneurial minded and also they're good at working with their hands, what you can build in some of these fields, being able to sell that business eventually for potentially 7 figures. And yet what we're doing, we've given kids this belief that a traditional 4-year degree that takes a lot of kids 6 years to get, and all the college debt that's piled on top of it, is the only way to go. It's kind of mind-boggling, and it's not that I'm against college, and especially.
What's up, Anton Elect Fox? How you living, Tim? What's new?
It's just that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and we have to be more thoughtful. Like think about
Yo, dog.
a place like
Anton Elect Fox, I'm talking to you. How you doing, baby?
And those apprenticeships, a multi-year apprenticeship, can help kids, can help young people, young men and women, to avoid a debt-laden approach that maybe doesn't land them in the place that they were hoping to be. And maybe it's not a lot of people do. You end up working in a cubicle or something like that, doing instead of doing something that you would enjoy with your hands regularly. So I'm so curious to hear from blue-collar workers out there. What are you seeing? What are you experiencing on the ground? Because it sure seems like from all the data that we have, that pay rates are going up at an incredible pace. And this is so true for the youngsters who are, think about this too. You're not losing that 4 to 5 years in college. You're not taking on the debt. So you start making money at a much earlier age. And when you think about the time impact of money, you start investing, let's say, at 18 and 19 instead of 23, 24. That's a big advantage you have over your peers who are going to college as well. So I think that there is a belief, maybe, at least on the part of some people, and maybe it's just the Kool-Aid that we've been fed about college being the only way to proceed. But there's also a belief, I think, from some people that maybe those jobs aren't as great or something like that, or that they're not a great fit for it. And I don't know. I think we haven't right-sized our approach. Funneling people, helping, like we've done away with traditional shop class in so many high schools across the country, preventing people from even seeing if some of these jobs make sense for them, and if that's what people want. I think we should give people that option and let them explore earlier on instead of making them make that decision last minute. And Fred wants to weigh in on this. I want to get to Fred now since we're talking about blue collar work. Fred, you work in the education space is that correct?
Mordecai wrote in the name of King Xerxes.
Sorry, Fred, are you there?
And sent them by mounted couriers.
Okay, maybe we'll get to Fred in just Fred, are you there?
Yeah,
hey Fred, how's it going?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Yeah, I work in, I used to work at K-12 side of the council, but also now I'm working on the community college side. And we know that these areas or these training opportunities have vocational and career technical education. And yes, huge demand. And I think one of the issues is the perception or the negative perception about these types of work or these types of career paths. I think in general, we have to do a better job of valuing and recognizing these technical occupations and perceptions so that individuals that have some inclination and interest and passion of being able to work in these fields gravitate to them at a younger age, elect to go into these training programs and not get diverted when it comes to what their career path should be. And it's very important, I like that you emphasize on interest, because it's very important as we're growing up for us to really hone in on what's our interest, what's our skills, and what are our work ethics, and really select a career path, which in turn is going to be built around an educational plan that's founded around those items. And in the long run, it's going to hit all of these points that your show focuses on. It's going to save energy, time, money, especially for parents that are students in these fields, the more fun you're going to end up doing something that you really like that's aligned with your interests, your values, and your skills.
That's right. And when work,
We're able to
and when work is something you're energized by, when it's something you like doing every day, when you've kind of found something that overlaps with interest and income, I think that's a great place to be. I don't think that work needs to be this end-all, be-all. I'm so passionate about my job. I can't wait to wake up and go to work the next day. That's not the reality for most people. But still, if you could find that overlap, I think that's a great place to be, and it's possible for a lot of people. But we have attached a stigma, at least, to a lot of the skilled trades, a lot of the blue-collar jobs. And the truth is, because of that, a lot of people have avoided those jobs, meaning there's now a bigger gap. And that bigger gap means higher pay, more demand for, and guess what? Artificial intelligence isn't getting rid of plumbers. Artificial intelligence isn't getting rid of HVAC technicians, at least not that I know about. So what we need to do is get rid of the stigma, and we also need to promote and say, hey, look how much less debt you're going to have, look how much more income you're going to be able to make, and guess what? Young people respond to money. Money talks. So if you want higher pay and a job where you get to kind of create your own work hours, you can potentially build an entrepreneurial enterprise. Look into this. Look into this. And I have no problem with you sending your kid to college if that's what's best for them. It's just not best for everybody. All right, coming up, we'll get to more of your phone calls and social media too. Can be used for actually money and saving purposes. I'll discuss that as well. But let's go to Andrew Carabella on KFI 24 News.
A man has been arrested just north of Bakersfield for allegedly taking a severed body part from the scene of a train crash. Graphic video posted to social media shows a man carrying what appears to be a severed lower leg and foot. Concern continues to grow over the spread of the measles in the country. At least 64 cases reported in 17 states so far this year. That's more than in all of 2023. And officials in Poland are demanding answers following a Russian cruise missile crossing into its airspace near the Ukrainian border today. NATO F-16 fighter jets were scrambled as Russia launched its latest air attack on targets in Ukraine. We're going to take a peek at we'll go to the 10 next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Visit sportsbook.com/email.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness about HIV, that maybe the most important is just talking about it openly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to it.
The Haman, son of Canada, the Icon, the enemy of all the Jews, had plotted against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast for blood for their ruin and destruction. But when the flood came to the king's attention,
Stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles or juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 fabric. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and under with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
The iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy. They were really filling in holes. The bag will be empty. When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? I know that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good. Look at the greatness of the United States. We are a melting pot, which didn't exist before. Look at our politics. Look at our democracy. One of the things I'm so proud of America, the first country on the planet to have a democratic republic. The people govern themselves. Our founding fathers were geniuses. That had never happened before in the history of the world. Bill Handel and America saw it.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How to Money. I'm your host, Joel Larsgaard. Got a few minutes left. I want to talk about something else in just a sec, but I want to get to a call here. Forrest wants to weigh in on the work discussion. Forrest, what's going on?
How you doing, Joel? I like what you're talking about today. I'm pulling up the message for you guys and saying what you were saying a few minutes ago, I think about 20 minutes before the hour, about the trades going down, and Mike Rowe, the dirty guy, is a...
Oh, yeah. Mike Rowe's been very vocal on this.
Yeah. He said that 10 years ago. The trades were going to go down, and to jump in them. But that's not the reason I called. The reason I called is I didn't do that because when I got out of high school in 71, I had no clue what I wanted to do. So I kind of followed my dad into meat cutting, and I ended up being a meat cutter for Lucky's for 20 years until I hurt my back. And at the end of my career doing that, I decided to go into computers, which I already had gone into, the hobby. And went down to AA, took every computer class there was, and I went straight to work at Intel and research and development for 6 years. And then started working with national and insurance companies. And by the time I retired, I was making over $120,000 a year. And that's like 5 times as much as ever making with most of me.
There you go.
It doesn't always hold true. But you are right in that the trades are going down because a lot of these kids nowadays, they kind of snub their nose, but yet they take these courses or these degrees that don't make any sense whatsoever. None of them ever why they can't get a job.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, there are some kind of silly degrees out there that people end up getting, and then but they're not necessarily thinking about what the demand looks like for that degree, right? And because of that, they end up with an expensive degree that doesn't hold much water in the marketplace, and that doesn't end up getting them the lucrative job they want. It's just this knee-jerk reaction that the domino effect is real, that college equals higher rates of pay. And overall, when you look at the statistics, there is some truth to that. A college degree will increase your lifetime earnings on average. It's really important to talk about which degrees, though, make sense. Which degrees are going to increase your pay, because it's not just the college degree. It is what you learned, right? It is the skills you've developed along the way. It is the course of study that you undertook. And you're spot on, too, Forrest. You have to think about
which trade makes sense for you, because not all trades are created equal. But and I think one thing we need to do too is make it sexy. Can we, like, what if we had this adorable, adorable is probably the wrong word, this cool advertising campaign, this marketing approach for some of these skilled jobs, for some of these trade jobs that would make them feel much cooler than maybe they feel now. Because I do think the point you're making is that there's a stigma attached. It's not seen as cool. And so part of the reason everyone wants to play in the NBA is because it's seen as cool. I think there's good money, but it's also like there's the bright lights, you're on TV, blah, 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 blah. Well, what if we could make some of the skilled trades super cool? And then also just really help people understand that can actually be lucrative. You get to call your own shots. You're not working in a cold, dark cubicle. I think there are ways that we can sell it. Marketing's so much of everything, right? Make some cool, and there actually are some really cool people on Instagram, on TikTok, showing how neat and creative you can be as a blue collar worker. Follow some of those accounts. I remember there was a guy I had on the How to Money podcast a while back. His name's Ken Rusk, and he had a book called Blue Collar Cash. We should elevate voices like Ken Rusk, and we should talk about the kind of money you can make, the kind of business you can build, and what is cooler than being financially independent, being able to do work that you care about and build something really neat that's helping folks out in your community, because there will be no shortage of plumbing calls that need to be made, but there is a shortage of plumbers available to respond to those calls. So let's do something about it. And I don't know what role I can play in making them cool again, especially as someone who is terribly unskilled with sands. I have replaced a toilet. I have replaced a bathroom vanity before. These were many years ago. And so how would I do trying to do it today? It wouldn't look pretty, I don't think. But I was talking to a friend the other day who had some brickwork done at his home. And then he had some tile work done at his home. And he is a DIY guy. He does most of this stuff himself. He's been remodeling a bathroom. And even those were super skilled trades that he said, I could try to do those things myself. It wouldn't turn out that way. So being a bricklayer, being someone who works in tile, like, there is a lot of satisfaction that can be derived from those jobs. And there's also a business that can be built alongside it. So yeah, I appreciate your insight, and I sure hope we can make some of these jobs cool again, because as a country, we need plumbers, we need electricians, and if we don't have enough of them, the prices are going to go up. Prices are going to go up. They are. All right. Briefly, I want to talk about social media, and I usually talk about social media as a negative thing. How the more time we spend on social media, oftentimes our expectations are altered. That kind of desire kicks inside of our brains. We start to see what other people have, what we don't have. Start to see other people live in a life that is the highlight reel, and we're like, why is my life so boring? Why is my life so lame? Why am I not doing cool stuff like my neighbor Jim or my coworker Susie, always doing fun stuff, and my life's so normal. Truth is, their lives are really normal too. It's just hard to see that in the world of social media, and a lot of times social media costs us money too. TikTok Shop, Instagram, 1 out of 4 things that you're going to see are an ad now, typically trying to get you to spend money. And guess what? They know more about what you like than you know about what you like. It's kind of sinister. And so the more time we spend off those apps, the better. There is one place you can go on social media that I think can help save you money, and that is Facebook Marketplace. The problem is, to get to Facebook Marketplace, typically you have to sift through Facebook, and you might get caught in a doom scroll in order to do that. So what I have done is I have downloaded something called Facebook. It's the Eradicator, Newsfeed Eradicator. So this is what I encourage you to do. Sign up for the Facebook Newsfeed Eradicator. It's a Google Chrome plugin if you use Google Chrome. And that way, when you log into Facebook, it shows you a helpful quote instead of that newsfeed that is the worst part of Facebook. And then you go to Facebook and use it for the one best money-saving piece of Facebook, which is Facebook Marketplace. And I wish it could be decoupled in some way, but there's no way Facebook is going to decouple Facebook Marketplace. But if you use Facebook for 2 things only, you will be a much happier person. Don't use it for the newsfeed. Use it for Facebook Marketplace and use it for Facebook groups. Because the groups are so cool. The How to Money Facebook group is an awesome Facebook group where people help each other out. They're offering advice. They're answering questions. The team spirit inside of there is remarkable. And if you want help with your money, that's a great place to turn. And then Facebook Marketplace. We're in spring now. It's spring cleaning time. Sell your stuff. That's the best place to do it. Buy used stuff for cheap instead of buying the brand new thing. Facebook Marketplace is a great place to do that. They have dethroned Craigslist. Sorry, Craigslist. Loved you. You were great while you lasted. And so I know social media typically gets a bad rap. And I know that Jonathan Haidt has a new book about how bad phones and social media are for us. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I think he's right. But if we can use social media as a tool to do the things that are going to save us money and that aren't going to weigh us down mentally and that aren't going to cause us to have that FOMO sort of vibe and mentality, then I think it's good. So let's use social media for the positive that can bring and avoid the bad stuff the best we can, please. Thank you as always for joining me on the show. Can't wait to see you back here next week for more money-saving information. It'll be Easter Sunday. And so I'll see you back here then. I'm Joe Larchbeth. This is How to Money on KFI AM 640.
We're not just in smart speakers, we're in a couple of smart ears as well. And KOST radio app.
Ripple effects in Russia. I'm Andrew Caravella, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Russia has entered a national day of mourning following the terrorist attack that killed at least 137 people now in Moscow. ABC's Patrick Ravel says ISIS has claimed responsibility twice, even releasing a video.
Vladimir Putin ignored the ISIS claims, Putin instead trying to link it to Ukraine. Putin saying the suspected attackers had been arrested trying to flee to Ukraine and suggested without evidence that a crossing had been prepared for them there.
Putin has vowed retribution. The U.S. says Ukraine played no role in the attack. El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills has won the California Academic Decathlon. The team will now represent the state at the national competition in Pennsylvania next month. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plan to close its Oakland restaurant. The company says the closure is due to crime in the area endangering customers and employees. The announcement in January made national news as the first ever In-N-Out permanent closure in its 75-year history. The drive-thru's last day is today. An assemblywoman from Newport Beach has introduced a bill to strengthen protections for people hurt by violent crime.
The goal, Assemblywoman Diane Dixon says, is to prevent people from having to face abusers over and over in court to renew restraining orders.
Haley's law will allow a judge the discretion to issue a lifetime injunction for a serious felony.
Haley Kozak got the first ever Haley's law passed in Arizona.
I was sexually abused at the tender age of 12 and 13 by my middle school PE teacher, who was also my club soccer coach. When I turned him in, the hell that followed was unbearable.
She says the law protected her once the guy's so-called lifetime probation was lifted for good behavior. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A multi-million-dollar winning lottery ticket has been sold in SoCal for the second time this week. The ticket was sold at a 7-Eleven in Sun Valley and matched 5 of 6 numbers, missing only the Powerball number. The lucky winner scored $2.4 million because no ticket was sold that got all 6 numbers. The Powerball jackpot for the draw tomorrow will be an estimated $800 million. There hasn't been a jackpot winner since January 1st. March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and one researcher in Silicon Valley is working on a new blood test to detect the cancer. Dr. Craig Eagle says it was more than 80% successful in clinical trials.
It measures the DNA that's generated from cancer, and if they have that broken DNA, then that raises the flag that they need to some sort of follow-on to confirm that.
More than 50,000 Americans are expected to die of colon cancer this year. Eagle says dietary habits may be driving the rising rates.
High fatty diets, high sugar-based diets, low exercise.
Eagle's blood test still needs to be approved by the FDA. Former Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel says she disagrees with Trump's promise to free individuals involved in the January 6th riot.
If you attacked our Capitol and you've been convicted, then that should stay.
McDaniel told NBC's Meet the Press that the violence was unacceptable and prison sentences should not be cut short. She also emphasized she doesn't hold the former president responsible for what happened. McDaniel stepped down as chairwoman of the RNC earlier this month and will join NBC as a political analyst. The interview reportedly took place before her hiring. Thousands of protesters in Ireland have gathered to show their support for Palestinians. Many of them are part of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. That's Ireland-Palestine Solidarity Campaign. They marched to the capital of Dublin, calling for the Irish government to pressure Israel into a ceasefire and allow aid into the Gaza Strip. Millions of people in Gaza are on the edge of starvation. Right now, we're taking a look at a crash on the 60th. They're in the street.
And it's a busy drive right now on the Pomona Freeway westbound at Azusa Avenue. About a 15-minute delay here. All lanes blocked. Stop and go from Lemon Avenue. Now through Santa Monica, they're clearing a problem on the 10 Santa Monica Freeway westbound at Lincoln. Crash in the right lane. Looks like it's almost out of your way, but still stop and go as you approach. And 110 north at Manchester. Got a crash off to the right. Stop and go from Imperial Highway. That's a heavy one as you come up on it. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Rita.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The world you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are millions of them out there. Hey, it's veterans. Here's why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys. They were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they're assembled to take on big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They are consistently delivering some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-BILLION, 800-9-000-000, or sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Possible rain this afternoon. It is actually coming down in a couple of places already. High staying in the upper 50s to low 60s across the Southland. Tonight's going to get kind of chilly. Lows are dropping into the 30s and 40s. Tomorrow the clouds are going to leave. It's going to get sunny. It's going to get clear. And it's going to get a little warmer. Highs in the upper 60s at the beaches and also inland for Metro LAOC, the valleys, and the IE. Around 60 for those up in the Antelope Valley with some wind in the afternoon tomorrow. Right now, Anaheim is 64. Dana Point and Arcadia will 61. Whittier is 63 degrees. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Maybach, how you doing?
On any given day in
What's
Southern
new, Tim?
California, hundreds of investigators are
What's
working more than
up?
10,000
What's good in the hood? And we got Hale here. We got Maybach and Hale. To what do we owe such an occasion? How you living, Hale? Hale, what? Hale, do you know who I am? Maybach, do you know who I am?
You guys are amazing. I just wanted to come and say that.
God, you're amazing. Yeah.
This is Unsolved with Steve Gregory.
No, that's good to know.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. You either know who I am or you don't. If you knew who I was, you'd be like, oh yeah, I fucking know who you are. The people to whom I say that say I know every fucking hair on your goddamn head. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleased to meet you. I'm the Guinness live streaming record holder. I've been streaming my life live on YouTube all day, every day, 24/7, 365 now for more than 3 years. That's more data than any one individual has ever uploaded to the internet in global history. As of right now, you're live on 10 different YouTube channels. 10 YouTube channels. Holy shit. Most people don't even have one YouTube channel. You're simultaneous on 10, and I'm going to show you right now, gangsta. Hold on. I'm going to blow your fucking mind.
But they still elude them. In fact, this pair of cases, though separate, are connected.
Yo, Tim. Keep your pants on. Here we go. There's another camera. Not everyone's just got cameras just ready to show off their fucking life. But I do, because I'm a pimp in every sense of the word. Biatch. Here we go. I'm sharing my screen. Who else you know shares their screen with multiple cameras? Hell? Hell yeah, baby. Check this out, pimp. Check this shit out. I type in Rabbi Rothschild. And we're going to check out the live streams, baby. It's amazing. Number one, I'm the first channel that shows up. All my shit shows up. Lord Rothschild, this motherfucker's dead. He's talking about another dead motherfucker, and they have 221,000 views, and I still outdo their asses. Now check this one out, Hale. Hell yeah, baby. Look at all these live streams. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's just what shows up there. You're like, Rabbi, dog, you said you had 10. I have more than 10. I have like 20. Check this out. Now, that's just on YouTube. You're live also on TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble. You're live on 5 different Rumbles, 5 different TikToks, 5 different Twitters, more than the 5 different Twitters. You're live on like 8 different Twitters. Absolutely. And guess what, baby? I've been live in this Telegram 24/7 for the last 10 months. That's why this is the greatest coin in the history of coins. I've been literally tracking its progress since the beginning. And you've been able to, if you've been knowing about me, check out me out. What else, LP player? One moment, Hale. LP player, how you living, Playboy? What's new in the hood? What's good in the hood? Damn, did you know? So check this out, son. When I come over here and type in one of my backup accounts, just in case they're on to me, when I say they, I mean like the YouTube police or whoever keeps taking down videos. I have backups. So it's backup video archive. And I believe this is the link now. I have so many fucking accounts that it's hard for me to keep track sometimes. But we'll go over here to live. We got live going. And we have backups of our backups. So we're going to another one now. A different one.
So they kept him at the location.
Backups of our backups.
As you already know, it's a while before homicide detectives arrive on scene.
And
he told us, and we did it. He said,
for these reasons, we think this is pretty fucking tight.
He says he runs the neighborhood. He's a big narcotics dealer in the neighborhood.
Look, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm the biggest fucking deal of all time. Not everybody's gonna tell you that. but I am. I have more data online than any person in global history. And data is Earth's #1 resource. It's more valuable than food, than water, than air, than shelter, than platinum, than gold, than oil, than everything. And if you believe what Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, I have more content than any person in global history.
Shootings don't like to cooperate with the police, but because of the personal relationship he had with Michael, he was willing to talk. So we proceeded with our investigation. We have a
Word
suspect.
Mockingbird. Absolutely.
We believe he's a credible suspect. We also have some information from anonymous sources that identified the same person as the killer, the shooter. So we felt pretty good about it.
Absolutely. We always have something going here. We're the best community on Telegram. We're the best community on Twitter Spaces. Yeah.
Obviously, in an investigation of homicide or guns used, we want to recover evidence. It's the biggest prize.
We're what, $136 million now?
That was used in the crime. So we did some follow-up. We identified several locations that are target.
Phenomenal. Hey, hell, you know what's up. You know what's up.
And we authored search warrants.
Dom, you can come in here whenever you want.
Search.
Hell yeah. Well, why has it taken you so long to jump into the video chat?
And it was a few weeks after the shooting. All the logistical stuff that goes into a search warrant, authoring the search, getting judges on board to
I got you. Well, I'm going to tell you this, Hale. Here's what we do. Here's what we do around here. We're friends now. And now that we're friends, it's an expectation of yours to come in once a day and just say, hey, I got people from all over the world. Just once a day they come and say, hey, it's like the regular thing. We check in with each other. We talk about the corn. We talk about the news. We see what's good in their life. And I'm always here. I'm basically like a real life Alexa. Whenever you want, you've got this little button. You press video chat. I'm always here. You can check in whenever you want.
Everything went very smooth. It was on a. It was in the evening of. I'll get into that a little bit later. And it was just the sun was just going. It was just getting.
Absolutely.
Late October on Halloween. Time change.
Absolutely. Hale, here's what you got to do. You have some homework. Firstly, you.
Coming up on a break, so now that you've kind of laid it all
Hale,
out,
you got some homework. Firstly, you have to digest all of this.
Sean McCarthy, also Rich Kellman joining us about two separate murders that happened apart, but there is a connection, and we'll get to it later in the show. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now.
You do the Trump one?
Major Carabelli, live from the KFI 24 hour.
Do you do the Trump one? It was breaking up. Do you do the Trump one? Dog. Oh, you do Sonic Trump. Not the, what is it called? Voldemort one? Do you do the...
We'll take a look at the roadways next.
At the beginning. I got you. I got you. So, here's your homework. Yeah, here's your homework. You need to digest this conversation and say, I'm giving you some homework. You need to digest this conversation and tell everybody you know. I met this rabbi in the DC of the Harry Potter Obama Sonic Thinking chat, and it was wild. He blew my mind. Everything he's doing is recorded, and he has more data online than any person in global history. And data is its #1 commodity.
With promo code IHEART. That's
promo code IHEART. And just make them aware of this. This is the biggest deal in global history. And if you ever need anything, I'm here for your help. And you take care and have a wonderful day.
Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BeatBall.
Peace out, Girl Scout. Take care, Playboy.
With it.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most
Shout out to
important is
Hale.
just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are
Hey,
effective
camera
treatments
friend.
that, taken as prescribed,
Shout out
can
to
help
LP
people
Player.
live
LP
with
Player,
HIV
do you speak?
and get to and stay undetectable.
He's kind of
If
like
the amount of the
sexy
virus
DC. They
is so
fight all
low,
the
it
time.
can't be measured by lab tests. If
Is
you're
that
living
cool?
with HIV
LP Player,
and not on
you speak,
treatment,
baby?
talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message
LP
was
Player, you
sponsored by
speak?
Gilead Sciences.
LP
No
Player,
matter
there's
what
this
the day
thing
brings,
called
count on
Beach.
Juicy
If
Juice
you
for
gotta
the
do
good
it, you
stuff.
can. If not, I'm just gonna keep
Get
going about my
tasty
day.
ingredients of real 100% fruit juice to
Where
help
you
them
going,
conquer
baby?
the day. Juicy
Whatever
Juice is
you
only sweetened by the fruit,
want.
with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery
I can
retailer.
play
Info at juicyjuice.com.
Born on America's darkest day, 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at t2t.org. That's T, the number 2, t.org.
Is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare Coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Sil DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Sil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Hey, it's Steve Gregory. We'll get back to more of Unsolved in just a moment, but I want to take this opportunity to basically lay out all of the ways you can participate. And what I mean by that is whether you give us a show idea, is there a case you might have been involved with, or had a family member or a friend, or even heard of a story of someone that might have been involved with an unsolved case or a crazy case or something that needs some attention? You can reach out to us. Pound 250 is a proprietary phone system set up for us and all of our advertisers here at KFI. Pound 250 on your cell phone.
Well, it generally starts out as they may block off the street. This was literally a block party. And they'll block off the streets. Party goers will arrive, and they'll proceed with, for lack of a better term, a game party. But in this case, it was a birthday that was involved in it. And they know at some point the police are going to arrive and probably either minimize the largeness of the party or shut it down totally, right? It hadn't gotten to that point. And we're not aware of it. I say law enforcement's not aware of it until somebody picks up the phone, generally, and calls. Where there's a block party with a bunch of gang members on this street, and then we generally will respond to it. It hadn't gotten to that point. If there was no problems, it was still relatively early in the night, so it hadn't gotten to that point.
At a Crips party like this, I don't know whether this is stereotyping it or just assuming, but would the majority of the people in attendance be carrying a weapon?
Oh, I think there's a strong likelihood that several of the partygoers would, just because have rival gang members that learn about the party and may come and try to
cause problems, maybe take the posture, hey, this is our opportunity to go and shoot at a bunch of rival gang members that are all gathered together. This makes it a whole lot easier for us. So there's going to be plenty of people that are armed at that party. It may not be on their person, but it's going to be somewhere very close so they can get to it very quickly because they know there's a good chance the police are going to arrive and they're going to start patting people down, and by concealing it somewhere close by, they have access to it, but the police aren't going to be able to.
It's interesting. It's just how this whole gang protocol thing is always fascinating to me. But okay, so back to the case itself. You were talking about the fact that after this shooting happened on October 28th, just after 10 p.m., that people on scene immediately identified the shooter, and they knew who was involved, right?
One person. Everybody else
had spread out. One person on scene had offered up the name of the suspected shooter. Correct, right? So when we left off, we were serving search warrants, and we were talking about that. Obviously, the number one concern is the safety of the deputies and the detectives that are going in to serve that search warrant. So where did we leave off?
So as I mentioned earlier, it was the time of the year where it got darker earlier. It was around 6 o'clock. The sun had just gone down. But the warrants went, at this particular location, it went smoothly, safely, everything was good. But during the execution of the warrant, we found several gang members inside this house. And of course, we have to do something with those gang members before we search